What is going on, everybody? How are y'all feeling? Thanks for being here. Let me make sure that I'm not muted and that I can be heard. Yes, I can. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, let me do. Uh, nope, that's the wrong one. You know, we just gonna leave it like that. That's fine. um, it's been a while since I've seen you guys. Uh, how y'all feeling? How y'all feeling? Uh, the, I left you with Nary an episode. I took, I guess you could say, a month off. But we are back because a lot of things have happened in the wrestling world, namely WrestleMania and Twitch Mania, and we are here to talk about them all. Um, and I tell you what, I could not do it and would not do it with nobody better than the person I have for y'all tonight. Um, so let me ask you, are you ready? Yeah, that's a great that is a great point. I need you to get your snacks. I need you to get your water. I need you to get whatever you're drinking on. Go ahead and stretch. Because I cannot promise you that this won't be a long episode. I know that once we get to talking, ain't no telling where this conversation gonna go. This might be the last episode of Square Conversations. We may get pulled off the air. But guess what? Guess what? It'll be worth it. It will definitely be worth it. I will not regret it, not one time. We'll just switch to another platform and keep it rolling. What's going on, Karma? How you feeling? Cold, I saw you. Cole, you actually been waiting in here for a while. I appreciate you. I saw you, Tanja. I saw you, Jay. I appreciate you being here. Um, uh, that reminds me, we here at Square Conversations will be doing a re-air of Twitch Mania in its entirety. We are scheduling it now. Just want to put that out there so that we can kind of keep it on your brains. Hi, Blurred. How you feeling? But yeah, we got permission from the boss man to go ahead and get that done for you guys. So we will be re-airing Twitch Mania sometime in the near future. Other than that, what y'all say we get this episode started? Because I know I'm late already. I had one of those. Everybody with kids should know that that text message you get, that one that says, "Hey, Dad, guess what?" Well, I got one of those, and it ended up turning into a 2-hour conversation. I can't really tell you exactly what happened, but just know we had to get some things. I had to get some understanding because I didn't understand. But I tell you what, let me see some hype in this chat. If you are ready for the person that you guys came here for. Let me see some hype in this chat if you are ready. I don't think y'all ready because I don't see nothing in this chat. I don't see anything. What is going on? We getting there. We getting there. We getting there. Jay say I'm driving. I appreciate you, Jay. Don't have no accident on my account. All right, we might be getting there. We might be getting there. We might be getting there. Let me introduce, by way of video, who we got today. Watch this.
You have absolutely no idea of who or what I am. I am known as the infamous test subject. Most people know me by the name of Infamous X1X, and it was supposed to be called me. I need that. I don't know where I need that, but I need that. Idea for what I am. I am known as the infamous test subject. Majority of the world knows me as Infamous X1X, though supposed to be calling me MC. And if you call me I'm famous, well, there's a lot of people in chat that know how to handle equipment. The infamous test subject, most people know me as Infamous. Oh, I see him. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Oh, hello everybody. For those who have absolutely no idea of who or what I am known as the infamous test subject. Most people know me as Infamous X1X. Those close to me call me Infy. Hi, Source. How you doing? I didn't even realize my camera was on that entire time. Fuck. Doing things. I am known as the infamous test subject. My name is IMFAMOUS X1X. but most of y'all know me as Impy. And if you call me I'm famous, I'ma check you every day.
I don't give a fuck. Because
Say my name correctly when you spelling it, bitch.
Let me tell y'all, Infy has not seen that video. What you are seeing right now is her
oh my god, I'm
true
frozen.
reaction to that video.
Ew.
So I forgot that I had my unicorn blanket on me before we started stream, and then I was like, "Oh wait, Impy's the guest. I have my unicorn blanket.
As you
Everything, everything is where it's supposed to be."
I mean, as the queen of the unicorns, I think somebody should have something of representation. Mine is covered right now. So eventually there's gonna be an entire wardrobe change, and me and Yates are gonna put on our unicorn onesies. That's what y'all should expect. That's what's gonna happen. That's why
Um,
you know.
I
Are
swear to God,
we?
swear to
I
God,
will
I'm
go
here
get
for
my.
it. Swear to God, I'm
I
here
I
will
mean,
for it.
get.
we could do it. We could do it. I listen.
So, Sims, the polo that I'm currently wearing is the new Mouth After Dark logo polo.
That was my
I feel
reaction
like
when
we
I
should be
first
was
saw
playing
it
like
too.
I was
victory
gonna
music
That
for
I
it.
was
was gonna
Yes.
wait. I was gonna wait for a little bit before showing it. Like I actually was gonna keep the blanket on a little bit longer.
so. For all of y'all who don't know, what Yates is wearing is the new Mouth After Dark logo. So that for season 3, season 3, it's hard because I remember before Mouth, so I always want to say season 4, but for season 3, that is what the Mouth After Dark logo will look like. But Yates, we have been gone for quite a while. How you feeling?
Doing all right. Busy at work. Busy at work. So the break has been actually pretty nice.
But you're a manager. You're supposed to be delegating, not working.
That
Tell
doesn't mean
them motherfuckers
anything.
to they do the work.
You
You
think
just
I
gotta.
have actual authority?
It's called
I just got a shirt. That's it. I
it's
can do
called
codes
super.
now and refunds. That's it.
Are you still in the red
Still
shirt,
gotta do the same. Still, nope. This is a nice little blue shirt.
blue shirt?
Sometimes a white shirt.
Then
hmm
no. You are there to supervise the other people
When
and
we're
count
short staffed, I have to do.
and make sure that the cash register, the person behind the cash register, can count. That's
And the
what.
funny thing is, I'm not touching the registers until I'm fully trained. That's not on me. I have no codes to the safe.
Infy. We have
Huh?
we have been talking. We have been talking about this day for what, like 6 months almost? Like it was a while.
Yeah, this has been planned for a while. We kept it in the trenches as a surprise, So
Like
I didn't even know, as the co-host, I didn't even know that Imphy was coming on until the tweet about Imphy being the next guest went
Yates,
out.
let me tell you, when I invited Infy, her it wasn't even a hesitation.
It was a spot damn time.
It was a I just need to know the date so I can tell everybody else to fuck off. Like
pretty much, yeah,
like
that's exactly
love
what
that.
happened too.
like it was, and the crazy part is, so I kept wanting to, because you know how we do. The WrestleMania show has to be big. Like last year we had Blue. Like it has to be. I I almost say the only episodes I generally care about are the ones that we do at the like the one that opens the season, the WrestleMania show, and who and how we close the season. Like those mean the most to me. So I knew I wanted it big, and then Sims was like, "You should ask Iffy," and I was like, "You know what? That shit would be fire." And so when I asked her,
Yes.
she was like, "Yes, most definitely." And like, and her ability to just not say anything about it, like, didn't even mention it, like as if the conversation never happened. Didn't even start mentioning. Didn't even start messaging me until like last week. Like, and she had to remind me, like, yeah, I know you got a lot going on, but what do I need again? But yeah, for the people who don't know Infy, for the people who don't know this person, explain to them who Infy is.
Yes,
Oh,
enlighten
oh,
us.
I get to do this thing.
Yeah.
I haven't
Yes.
done this thing in a while. I guess you want to hear it live. Y'all heard it in the recording. So I guess I get to do it live. For those who literally have absolutely no idea of who or what I am known as the infamous test subject. Most people know me as Infamous X1X. Those close to me call me Infy, and if you call me I'm famous, I'ma check you every damn time because by now I've done too many things, appeared in too many places, and this ass is too big for you not to know my name correctly. Um, yeah, we're about to get canceled now. No, let's get
Listen, if
canceled
Danny
now.
didn't get us, if Danny didn't get us canceled, we're good.
Oh, okay, cool, great.
The combo of me and Danny didn't get us canceled, we're good.
But yeah, no, I am Infamous X1X. I'm a content creator. I am a caster slash host. I am a cosplayer slash model. I am a mental health ambassador. I am award winning, nominated, undisputed. I don't know other things that go with that. I'm a parent. Secretly, I probably own an esports team. Um, I do. It's not a lot of. Well, it's only one thing I don't have on my repertoire, but we're not going to talk about that tonight. And that's pretty much me. Uh, y'all
so
probably
so
have seen me around.
so what I'm saying, so what I'm hearing is Infy for partner. That's what I'm hearing.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Infy for
Impy
partner.
has been on a Impy has been on a silent partner push since this year started. Impy just did
I
not get
know.
loud about
I know.
it.
I just needed to hear you say it. I was I was there in the chat when you had the conversation with us. But like I just needed you to reaffirm for everybody else.
I am. It is the one accolade on my. It's the one accolade and goal I have not achieved yet. I have basically predominantly done almost everything that I've wanted to do in my professional career. I would like to retire with my check mark. That's what I would like. Also, like I have a lot of amazing content creators, and I with all of my knowledge and resources,
Mm-hmm.
I want to push people. I want to push other people. This ain't about me. I want clout to push people. I ain't got shit else to do.
You
Like
know
I
what though?
what
You know what? I would join an Infy team. I would join an Iffy team.
listen.
That shit would be fire. We would have a great time,
I
and
think
we
Imphy, I
like
think Imphy yelling at me to stream more would motivate me to stream.
Listen, I'm so used to being behind the scenes now. So like I said, I am a percentage owner of an esports team. I am
Oh.
a lead dream team member of 1,000 Dreams Fund. I am an admin of the Scream Reapers. I'm behind the scenes for a a lot of stuff. I am okay with being behind the scenes, but for this clout, I have to use all of this uh personality that I have to get this, so then I can get back behind the scenes. So that's where we are right now. Also, I see a question in chat. Does Infy like wrestling? Kenny did not know. Nobody knew what I was going to do today. I literally went into my archive of modeling pictures
I
and
saw it.
pulled out 3 particular
I
pictures.
saw it. I was like, you have no idea how hype I was for this episode after I saw that. Like, I was like, I low key kind of feel played because she was like, she was like, I don't really watch wrestling like that, but I'll figure it out. Then she come with these pictures from like low key CM Punk shirt from like the era of
I'm the
the
best in the world.
right, like
I'm the best in the
from like
world.
from like from like 2013, 2014 CM Punk pre
Amazing.
pre pipe bomb. Like I was like, I
Sims didn't know. Sims didn't know.
So
Sims didn't know which
so
pictures, but Sims has seen the CM Punk picture. Sims knew I was going, because that has been a question. Um, like everybody has, I've come to meet everybody in the mouth, family, and it's like, well, does this chick know what she's talking about? Infy has whole pictures from Infy has seen the Undertaker live. Infy has seen and touched
Mhm.
and caught Triple H's water bottle and been spit on. Infy has seen pay-per-view events. Infy is going to sell something to make sure she is at SummerSlam in her own city. Like Impy is an actual wrestling fan. But when Kenny talked to me about it, I fell out of love with wrestling. Um, Wrestling was like gaming to me. I dated people who brought me into wrestling. So, I have pictures and memories with people who I'm no longer associated with. So
Right.
when that part of me, was hurt, I did the same thing I did with fighting games. I stepped away from it. But
Mhm.
even though I stopped watching Raw and SmackDown on a regular basis, I still follow on Twitter. I still follow on Instagram. I still, what I'm saying, would occasionally go in my room and see especially when AEW came out. I was like, well, okay, what y'all got? Everybody leaving to go over here. What y'all doing? Like I still, my heart was still there, just like it was for fighting games. It's just the passion to find people to talk to about. And my good sis, the female phenom, who is a huge Undertaker fan, that's one of the people that I got to be able to start to talk back to wrestling. And then I met so many of y'all, and it's like, oh wait, I can actually talk. Like I ain't gotta,
Right.
like, oh yeah, I've seen that. Like no,
Right.
we can hold conversations.
Right.
Like and then here, like coming into mouth and being able to translate that into mouth with our own characters, it's
Mhm.
like, oh yeah, I'm in my bag. Nobody knew how bad I was. Now let me show you.
Now I do want to say this. I do want to say this. You can't, although you fall in love with something or something about you was a big part of a particular relationship or whatever that was, you have to kind of learn to not allow the hurt and the pain from past experience to make you dismiss a piece of yourself. Because for a lot of us, wrestling is a part of who we are. You know what I mean? Like wrestling is like we may be upset about it. You know that time May Young gave birth to a human hand may have may have um may have pulled us away from watching, but we still on Twitter looking to see if shit done changed. We still um are um looking at Bleacher Report to see who who won what and trying to keep up, but we're not trying to reward bad behavior, so we're not going to give them the view, but we kind of still want to be in the loop. You know what I mean? And so we have to kind of understand that yes, people come and go, but they don't necessarily. We can't give them the power of changing us because we're hurt because of something they did. You know what I mean? So,
that's big valid. Big valid.
Yeah.
and while we're talking
Hugely
about
valid.
goals, I think I sat Infy down and talked and said this. I sat down and me and Yates talked it out. We officially have a goal that we want to achieve with Square Conversations. What we want, because Infy asked me this question and I kind of really didn't have an answer really. And Code had a question for me on who's next, and I still didn't really kind of have an answer. I have an answer now, damn it. The question is, where do I want Square Conversations to go? The honest truth is I want to take Square Conversations and be able to do it live. I want to be in the same city as some of these wrestling events and be able to sell tickets and do this in front of a live audience where we take this podcast on the road and we connect with people that are wrestling fans like us who may be thinking like I was thinking that that wrestling fans are a dying breed and they're few and far between. And what I've learned in this journey is that is completely false. You know what I mean? Like I remember a time when if you was a wrestling fan, you used to get beat up. Like that was right up there with liking anime and playing video games.
I
And
don't think I
like-
went through. I wasn't watching wrestling at that time, so thankfully I avoided that time.
I definitely went through that time. Or for femmes and women who like wrestling, it was you don't really like wrestling. You're liking it for the guy.
We got a raid.
Oh, hello.
Oh, it's a raid from the cafe.
See, I'm gonna fight
smacked,
Twitch 'cause
y'all.
I didn't know that Mel was live, so I'm fighting Twitch later. Yeah, I'm fighting Twitch later because I didn't know Mel was live. I'm upset.
Technically,
You are
not late.
right on
You're
time.
actually very on time.
Right, because we haven't even delved into the stuff that we were supposed to be talking about. Mel,
We're just talking stuff.
thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. You know what it is. The Kuzans, and we have a Kuzan with us. It's our family, it's our love. Mr. B, what's going on? What's down with you? But yes, that is my goal for Square Conversations. I want to be able to travel and do this live in front of audiences. Maybe not like on a maybe not on a like all the time basis, but definitely like tours and special events like WrestleMania.
That way I can save some money real quick.
You know, things like
I gotta save up for traveling.
things like that. Things like I forget what the like AEW pay-per-views like Double or Nothing or things like that. Just um want to be able to,
Where's
like I
blue?
said, connect
Where's
with
that one blue emo?
want to be able to connect with wrestling fans so that they know that we're here. Um so yeah, that is the goal that Yates and I talked about and that we both want to see uh happen with this. Um
I'm I'm very happy to hear that goal. I'm very happy to hear that goal, and I think between the two of you, and not only just going to big events and big known stuff, but even going and being at some indie shows.
right. Like
Um,
225, I just talked to somebody
mhm,
that wrestles for 225 while I was in Alexandria, Louisiana. Now,
mhm.
for those who don't know, 225 is a indie circuit that covers like your Alexandria, Lafayette, um, and everything inside of the 225 area code. Um,
Okay.
and so you'll probably see him, right, Baton Rouge, etc. You'll probably see him on the podcast probably next season. We're still working some stuff out. But yeah, like just going in, shaking hands. Y'all want to know the coolest thing that happened to me the weekend of my grandmother's funeral? I was walking around Lake Charles, Louisiana, and people were addressing me not as Kenny or Kenny Jr. or whatever my uh whatever nickname they knew me by. It was, hey, Creole Kenny. Hey, y'all know what kind of feeling that is?
It's a great
Like,
feeling.
I love that for you.
It's a great feeling.
That
that
is
was
awesome.
amazing. Like, I have never in my life been been in front of people that I did not know that knew me. Um, that was an awesome feeling, and it also reaffirmed that one, I'm doing something right, and two, that the dream that I have for myself and the dream that Yates and I have for this podcast is obtainable. We can do this. With the help of the community, we can make this happen. Like I am probably more stoked about our product now than I ever have been. Like I just, you know what I mean? Like it motivates me to want to put more work in. It makes me want to figure out, okay, so we've done this and we've made it this way, we made it that way. What else can we do? You know? Um I I love it. I love this. Even my therapist even my therapist was like, you don't talk about anything the way you talk about squared conversations.
Aw.
This is what he said, this is what you are meant to do. Now you got to figure out
Hmm.
how to make it work. So this is what we're doing. Um, Infy,
Hmm.
we only have one scheduled question.
Okay.
That scheduled question is the exact opposite of what you just told us. We know what made you fall out of love with wrestling. What was the moment that made you fall in love with wrestling?
Um, what's crazy is I can remember that about as well as I remember the day Pants was born. My childhood best friend, my first love, actually got me into wrestling. Um, and I remember going to his house, and it was ECW.
Paul
That
Heyman.
was that was my first, like, being able to sit down, because my family is a football family, is a boxing family. They really
Mm.
weren't a wrestling family. But being a teenager, and I wasn't at first allowed to go over his house, let me tell you that. So when
Right,
my
right.
mama like,
Mhm.
oh, I can go over there, and I'm like, oh yeah. I didn't do anything, I promise. I was good. But we sat there in his room on this little, like, 27-inch TV with the antennas, watching ECW. And that, like, it was like, wait, he's yeeting him over here. Oh my God, he's on the ladder, and it was just so much going on. And it was like, oh, I gotta watch more of this. Cause
Right.
like I said, I'm used to what I'm a daddy's girl, even though I'm not a daddy's girl.
Mhm.
Like, I love boxing. I love football. I love the interaction of sports type things, but wrestling was something different. Like, you watch boxing and they square up and and then they hug for like 20 minutes and then the bell rings. It was like, okay, this is cute. I took martial arts, so of course I'm used to sparring, but this, I was like, this is something different. And I remember sitting in his room and him like, this is what I want to do for a living. And him and a bunch of the guys that went to the schooling in the neighborhood, now when they be like, don't try this at home. Yeah, underground wrestling, and I was a part of that. So he brought me into that, and I just continued on. And then, like I said, learning through ECW, and then finally getting cable. You know what I'm saying? Like, because we're poor. I and okay, I'll just put it this way: in times of my life, I was financially adjacent. Okay,
Hey,
so we
That's
I
finally got
fair.
I
cable, and it was
That is
Raw,
that is
and
very
then
fair.
they put SmackDown on regular TV. Like, what? I can watch wrestling on regular TV. It was, and that was it. I didn't have to worry about cable. Like, I might not have caught up everything on Raw, but baby, I was on SmackDown. I why you think I love The Rock so much? That's my nostalgia. That was my it right there. Like, it was Raw, but being able to not have to sneak in the living room and interrupt my grandmama, you know what I'm saying, interrupt my mama
right.
and all them. I could sit in my room and watch SmackDown and not disturb nobody in the cable box. Because we had cable boxes all over the house. You only had them
Only
in the good
one.
rooms. You know what I'm
Right.
Only
saying?
one.
Right.
So so that those was my introductions, you know what I'm saying, is and I love him dearly for it. Like, he still watches wrestling and stuff. He's been to got to shoot some actual indie wrestlers and stuff like that. He's a photographer now, so it's yeah. Oddly enough, with Paul Heyman being inducted this weekend, and we're talking about it, yes, Paul Heyman got me into you know what I'm saying, Tommy Dreamer, the Sandman. That was my introduction to wrestling. It wasn't,
Yes,
W
Lord.
I mean, like, now I know that, like, I caught up on the history of WWE, but it was like, all in all, actually, EC motherfucking W.
My heart was so hurt. My heart was so hurt when Paul Heyman lost that company to Vince. Like,
hmm
I because there was an
And
unspoken
now
agreement.
look at where he is.
There was an unspoken agreement. Vince was never supposed to compete with his father's friends. that was never supposed to happen. But the minute the minute uh his dad was no longer around, it was like, okay, fair game. Which
Mine, gimme.
I
Yeah,
get it in the
Pac-Man did all up.
yeah, I get it, but like Jesus Christ, those were some times.
These are my
But
toys
then
now,
also,
not yours.
but also, when you think about it too, if we go back and think about what ECW was, ECW couldn't be what it is now, what it was then now. You know what I mean? Like no way. We talking about cancel culture. We talking about like, you know what I mean? Like there are certain lines that ECW was crossing that that can't be crossed
I
anymore.
don't think a lot of wrestling from the 90s, early 2000s would fly now.
Oh, Attitude Era, big cancel. Big
Right.
If you didn't get to experience that, I'm sorry.
Right. Right. I
I'm so
remember
sorry. You know.
I remember before
Which I didn't.
SmackDown was a show. And the very first episode, what they had a meeting, and they were like, well, what are we gonna call it? And it really at the time was The Rock's show. They named it
very much so.
They named it SmackDown because that was one of his catchphrases. Like it
Live the SmackDown on your candy ass. Yes.
Right. Like it was a time in wrestling that we will never quite get to experience again. Yes, Rock coming back this time was fun, and we got to feel something that we haven't felt in years, and people that weren't watching wrestling back then got a chance to feel something that they've never felt before. But you would have had to been there. Like you would have had to like do like we did. Well, I did. I had a bedtime of like 7, 8 o'clock. So I was going to bed and then sneaking back into the living room, turning the TV on, hoping that because with them big flow model TVs, you had that so hoping that turning the TV on wouldn't wake nobody up, and then turning it way down and hoping that
like
the hoping that the white noise from the TV wasn't loud to wake people up, because even if you had the TV turned down, you could still kind of hear the you know what I mean? Right. Right. That was back when HBO had that noise and they had that opening. But yeah, so man, like it that was a time that like you would have had to been there. It's kind of like TGIF on Fridays with
Saturday morning cartoons, like
with like Family Matters, and then Step by Step and all of that. Like you had to be there. Like it
yeah.
It was a golden era of wrestling.
Which I sadly missed.
I mean,
I sadly I didn't. I've mentioned it before. Like I didn't start watching wrestling until like Total Divas was on TV, and like watching the reality show is what got me into watching wrestling. I'm a Divas stan.
As you should be. I will say this. as it had its monumental moments, it did have its, like Kenny said, when it started getting to the point where Vince was just eating.
Hmm.
Me and my mic about to fight. I see. I'm gonna
Oh
have to plug up the
no.
big mic. It's fine. I will just plug up the big mic in a second because I see it's not flashing in the thing, and I'm like, look, bitch, let me talk. There we go. You could tell like by the content change that Vince had too much control. Like
Mhm.
ECW got watered down. WCW got watered down. It was smushing, and I love Shane. I love Stephanie. I do. Dog, big dog. I don't want to see your damn kids. You know what I'm saying? Like it was. You could tell he was trying to force so much of what he felt wrestling should be, and and that's probably another reason, Kenny, that I've started to fall out of love with it. Because granted, we are in a different time where stuff is not the same, but
Mhm.
you could tell it was just I was a John Cena fan at one point. And then eventually I just felt like he was the biggest glizzy shoved down my throat that I did no longer want anymore. Like I'm done with this. Can we let this go? You
Right.
know, it's like, can I have another poster boy? It's okay. You can let him go. So you could
Yeah.
tell it was like you could feel the favoritism. I hate to say it that way, but you could feel the favoritism. You could
Oh, it
feel
absolutely
that
was.
wrestlers were not coming in enjoying what they were doing. It felt like paycheck.
Mhm.
And I think that's the thing. Like granted, and that's the funny thing, quiet as it's kept, a lot of people didn't realize some of those wrestlers were not making a lot of money.
They weren't.
Like
Like if you
they
look
were
at
wrestling dark shows every night, you know what I'm saying, traveling and barely making what we make on a normal basis at a decent job,
you talking
No
getting
about
health
hurt and
care.
stuff.
you talking
No.
about no health care. You have to come out of
Hmm.
pocket for your own travel, but you making maybe 50 grand a year. Like like but again, we're talking about you have to secure travel, you have to feed yourself,
Mm-hmm.
you have to house yourself. There is no insurance, so you are struggling trying to make it, and this job is demanding so much of you, so much of your body. Think about it. Most of the people that are retired wrestlers right now look like below working class. Look like you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, but
Yeah.
it's because the contracts that they give now, they weren't doing that back then. Like there was
Like
no
No.
why else is Ric Flair and Undertaker still taking job, like they're still like doing appearances and stuff like that.
well that's a little different.
No, but
That's
I
a little
mean, but
different.
that's I mean, but
But
still,
they're
a
still
lot of
like
those
doing
contracts.
appearances because like they weren't, they still got to make money to pay off those houses that they got.
Mm-hmm. Not
Yeah.
you saying don't do the Hardys like that. The Hardys was a whole nother barrel of money.
Um,
But
let's not talk about those two.
the Hardys are their own worst enemy. We'll put it that way.
Pretty
Uh,
much,
They
yes.
got they
Yes.
got their own. They own multiple acres of land.
no, not they. That's Matt's land.
I thought it was both of their. It was the Hard. It's called the Hardy compound
only
between both of them
because
because doesn't
only because Matt,
Jeff own, like, he owns a house on the property or something?
yeah, because Jeff has, it's like the am I my brother's keeper type of situation.
Mm.
Jeff
Yeah.
is in and out of
Jeff got himself
rehab.
in a lot of stuff.
Jeff
Yeah.
is in and out of rehab. Jeff can barely support himself. Like that was his issue with WWE. Is they basically gave him a choice. You either go to rehab, and we'll pay for your rehab, but you either go to rehab or your career ends right here. And he chose to leave.
Not to do rehab.
He chose not to do rehab. And then he went over there to AEW with his brother, and
doing the same
it came down to the same thing. You either go to rehab or you can forget about the ring. Except for I don't think TK actually paid for his rehab.
No, TK did not pay for his rehab. But that goes into the thing of literally what we were saying. The contracts that they initially started with when they came into the WWE
were bullshit.
Did not cover that. So you have to think, like, I've literally seen Jeff fling his body live. You know, we talk about what the older wrestlers went through, but they went through it because basically they didn't have nothing to take care of it.
Right. It was kind of one of those things where they were getting paid less and the work was a whole lot more unsafe. Like, like you, as much as we like to talk about the golden age of wrestling, people were injuring themselves for life. People were doing stuff to themselves for the sole purpose of watching you as a fan go, damn, that was tight. And then getting paid so little that one night of drinking and they have to go to the next show because they don't have anything else. Like, I learned, I'm currently reading John Moxley's book, and the stuff that he's telling in this book, like, is the ugly side of wrestling. The stuff that, like,
they want to keep hidden and buried.
Right. Like, it and it's sad. Like, can you imagine cutting yourself open on purpose?
No.
Doing these death matches on purpose?
No.
And then barely getting paid enough to go out with your friends and have a drink? And then and then to get to your next show, you gotta scam the toll person to get to the show because you guys can't afford. You guys, it's like 6 of y'all in a van, and between all of y'all don't have enough money to cover the toll. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the type of stuff that was happening, and it's like, bro, like, the only reason to be a wrestler in that time is because you loved wrestling. Because if you were in it for the money, I'm sorry to tell you, you wasn't making nothing.
It's an audiobook.
It was definitely horrible.
The only type of reading I like to do, audiobook. I'm glad they got it as audiobook.
So I guess we'll start with WrestleMania Night 1.
Can we talk about the gear?
I loved the fact that Becky's book was printed on her gear. The pages from her, the pages from her book were printed on her gear.
And the
Becky's
funny
book
thing is,
is
a lot of the times don't like I'm not a fan of Becky's gear sometimes. But her gear at WrestleMania was amazing. Like the coat with the pages, and then when she took the coat off, the corset also had had like an excerpt of the book written on it.
Yeah.
And like
the
that
elbow
was
pads,
awesome.
the knee
Like
pads, all of that had pages from the book.
she brought something from her personal life into her gear, and that's what made me like it.
Yeah,
And like
Becky,
absolutely
It
wild.
fit.
Becky's
It fit
book
her.
actually
It fit her a lot.
definitely. Becky's book is the one I'm gonna tackle next after I get done with Mox. Because I definitely want to know some things because I know she went through very severe postpartum depression.
Mm.
And so what that felt like, coming back to work and trying to wrestle through it and trying to
It's also wild that like you mentioning her like going through postpartum depression, and she still allowed her daughter to be mentioned in like her program with Rhea. Like I feel like that would have been a absolutely no. Like
right.
do not bring up my kid
Hmm.
Oh,
in
I'm
this
slapping you.
segment.
Yeah, that was.
But there is a possibility that she probably said, "Bring her up so that it fuels me wanting to fight you more."
Yeah, I could see
I
that.
Like
mean,
that is a
ooh,
possibility.
mm,
No, say it. Say it.
Yes,
it,
we don't have filters
it's
on this
no,
show.
no, it's not that. I was making sure the mic was picking me up. That's all. I'm like, is it actually picking me up? I had to fix my
Mhm.
mic while y'all was talking. Nobody, don't pay attention to
Ah,
the curtain.
okay.
Um, so long as you can hear me better now. Listen, the way, don't bring up my child. Like, don't bring up my child. Like that's a no. Don't do it. No.
Sorry for the interruption. Thank you, Mel, for the gifts up to me.
Oh, thank you, Mel. I appreciate you. But yeah, yeah, it no, bro. No, absolutely not.
So I was slightly like during the broadcast with like Rhea's entrance. I was like, is the band actually live or is that backing vocals? Because a lot of the times it felt like it was more backing vocals than the actual like guy singing her entrance.
I
And I'm
don't
like,
know. And they tried to
Mm.
play it.
it's like
They tried to play it off like that was their first time being there, but WrestleMania when they were in Dallas, she came out to them. She came out with them before. The
mm,
problem is, it sounded like hot garbage,
that's
and
probably why it sounded more like
It
they were
probably
doing
was
backing
recorded.
vocals.
Yeah.
It was recorded and then he, was lip syncing. Also, I love like Cold mentioned it about like loving when wrestlers like sing along with their music.
yeah,
I loved when Rhea was doing that.
Rhea looked like she was living her dream when she was coming down that ramp.
Yeah.
Like to have, and I didn't know that band was of her favorite band from like high school. That made it even
Ah.
more. That made it even more special. Like the fact that like this was a band that she loved when she was in high school, and now they are escorting her basically to the ring is amazing. You know what I mean? Like can you ask for anything better than that? Like
That is absolutely insane.
I don't know what she's talking about. I can ask for a lot more than that, but you know, I'm a take it. I'm actually take it. I don't know what you mean. But no, I mean it was a cute moment. You like literally like you said, like you could see it in her face. Like I know this was not her first, but it felt like it was hers. Like I
Yeah.
think that's the difference. Like it's a difference from going to WrestleMania, but then it's a difference of it being your moment. And I think this felt more like her moment. I'm the champion. I'm coming to defend. I have built all of this up for my name through this past year, and I'm going to celebrate. So I think she was adorable. She and her little cheek lifter she had on. I still don't know how to feel about that. Like, man, WWE where little booties matter.
She was
Yeah.
trying to make sure she didn't have her Charlotte Flair moment of everybody talking about her having a flat ass.
She
Just
don't got
saying.
one. Becky was there with her whole flat ass. I mean, okay.
She was just trying to make sure people, didn't say anything. I'm also surprised that she didn't actually Rikishi anybody. Because like she's been doing that in house shows.
Yeah.
Like she's been doing it in house shows. And like Shayna Baszler with these TikToks have been amazing.
It's the interaction between the two is cute. It is. It's like, you know, you want to see Shayna get, just be happy and everything. You're waiting for it. But I'm just like I seen him and I was like, okay, I see what we're doing here. Are you we knew she wasn't doing it to Becky. That wasn't going to happen. Like, no. No. Well,
I'm
she
surprised
wasn't
Becky
gonna do it to
didn't like
Becky.
push for that to happen.
I think
Just for
Becky
the
too
just for
proud.
the
I think
viral
she too
just for the
proud for that.
viral moment.
The viral moment would have been great, but I just think Becky
Like
too
that would
proud
have
for
been a
that.
viral moment.
It would have been great, but it might have listen. Seth might have been a little jealous. That's all I'm gonna say. You know.
Yeah, so this was the first time outside of Naya, but the difference was we all knew that she was going to beat Naya because that was just kind of out of nowhere.
Absolutely.
But for all intents and purposes, because Sims gets on me when I say intensive purposes, for all intents and purposes, um, uh, 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 you. This was the first.
To be honest, the
This was
match
the
could have
first
gone either.
real.
The match
Right.
could have gone either way.
This was her first real, in my eyes, title defense since she's had that title.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Like she's been more of a like you see her, but it's almost like the matches aren't real. Does that make sense?
Right.
Them billing her as dominant, and it's like you put her up against Natty 5 times.
Right.
Nobody came to see Natty.
No disrespect to Natty because she is a veteran of the industry, but who's coming to see a Natty title match?
Let me tell you something.
Not me. I'm not. No.
Beating R-Truth is better than beating Natty.
Hey, now,
Natty, if you happen to ever
don't get me wrong.
This clip,
don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. R-Truth can go.
Like
R-Truth can go. Understand that was not me saying that R-Truth sucks. R-Truth can go, but the way that they use him makes him seem like
yeah. The job when
the
you
way
into
they
wrestling, you
used
have
him.
the jobbers,
right?
And they have
their
treated
jobbers.
him like a job. Like
Yeah.
But
'Cause
don't get it
we were all
twisted.
about to get
If
in
they
trouble. We were about to get in trouble.
don't get it twisted. If they were to ever take the muzzle off R-Truth, bro,
I feel like they should. I mean, technically they did, but I feel like
They paired him back up with the Miz. Like,
that's
and
what
he
I'm
looked
like,
he
like,
looked great though. Like
yeah.
during that match, was awesome.
Like, how old is R-Truth?
52, I think.
Yeah.
And he's still doing the things that he's doing with ease?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I can't even do that at 33.
Listen, my stepdad is like 77, still flinging big old tractor tires. So at some point, sometimes you just got
squatting.
it.
I was squatting at work to clean a machine today, and I was standing like squatting for like 5 minutes, and I heard my knee pop, and I'm like, what? Why? And I had to have somebody help me get up. Like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna rub my knees for you. I just thought about that.
And then on top of that, Rhea.
I had to say the size of the
not
tires,
Rhea.
Code. I had to say the size of the tires.
Not Rhea. Becky with the 102-degree fever and strep throat, still in the wrestling,
wild.
still in the ring wrestling, putting on a
Wild.
show is crazy to me.
She could have easily said, I'm sick, you need to reschedule, like you need to schedule somebody else.
I think she's a pro. They built that story up too much for Becky to be like, I can't.
I'm sick.
And obviously, and actually one of the announcers said it. It all goes back to the Jordan flu moment. Jordan had one of the best games of his life, but he had the flu. Like, some people are just built to be able to do that. I'm not. Well, I'm lying.
Right.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I just thought about that. I have done stuff and been sick. Okay, next question.
No, I'm sick. I'm out. I'm tapping out when I'm sick.
Now Rhea won
But I
that
do
match.
feel if she didn't have the fever, it might have been a little better match. I will say that.
Possibly.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I definitely
Maybe.
agree. Now Rhea won that match, but she was, and if you saw her at the press conference, she could barely sit in that chair. Like when she was trying to sit down, you saw her go. So yeah, it was pretty.
She shouldn't have wore the ass thingies. Just be okay with the natural ass you have, boo boo. You wouldn't been. Come on now, she did all that and had them things. Okay, next topic. Because I'm gonna be on that topic. That bothered me so much when she came out. I was like, "You look gorgeous. Why, ma'am? Why?"
That mommy choker was crazy. Like that was dope. I am a fan of the mommy choker.
I would like a mommy choker. As a person who owns chokers, I have put in. I need mommy. I don't have anybody to call me mommy. But I think
So we need to find what we're hearing is we need to find you a Dominic Mysterio.
yes. Yes. I just want somebody to follow me around and tell me I'm beautiful. Yes.
In mouth, we could possibly find you a Dominic Mysterio.
I keep saying sidefully, I listen, me, you, Cole, and Kenny need to talk. Cause the way I got storylines that I want, but I'm just afraid to talk about them. But Imphy somebody Imphy need to borrow somebody.
Depending on what show you get drafted to, even though you are currently a tag team champion, so you technically won't get drafted to any show. Depending on what show you get drafted to, we can chat.
I mean, I got. Listen. We're gonna talk about Twitch Mania stuff later, so I'm gonna
Yeah.
save my response for later. But last time Infy got drafted, Infy got kicked someplace else, so Infy feels some type of way about all this ping pong that's going on. But back to actual WWE stuff that we were talking about.
So
with
we had the ladder match.
Yeah.
We had that amazing ladder match.
I am still Grayson Waller and Austin Theory.
They're gonna lose it in their first defense, I feel.
It could have. Hold on, I got hit with a hydrate.
we hydrating.
Oh, I always do whenever.
I had to move my cup because my mic stand, so I guess I can hydrate again. Etsy was already trying to hydrate, so.
I
So
I feel like
love
it could have
that
went.
they immediately went with the whole both sets of titles on two separate ropes.
Yes.
Instead of like the idea that some people were saying of having like one title, like one of each title just hanging up there,
Mhm.
because it makes sense that they would have to go after both both belts for the Raw brand or both belts for the SmackDown brand instead of just one of them.
I would have loved to see maybe Ciampa and Gargano, maybe.
Absolutely. That's what I was hoping for. Like
because
the whole,
they've looked they looked really good. Like, you know what I mean? I do like New Catch Republic, but I feel like it's too early.
Yeah.
I do feel like it's too early.
That moment in the match where R-Truth, R-Truth and Johnny and Ciampa like make that agreement to go after each set. Like, I was like, that's the moment.
I wanted that
Give
moment.
all four of them go ahead and just both of them climb the ladders, take their titles.
Mm-hmm.
And we're done.
But we didn't get that moment. But I was with Yates. I was like, this is what I want.
Because I wanted, I didn't care which brand they grabbed, as long as I wanted Ciampa and Gargano to get some gold again.
That would have been amazing.
And I think Triple H is behind them, but he's wanting them to potentially chase the gold. Because sometimes I feel like Gargano and Ciampa are better when it comes to chasing the gold than having the gold.
Yeah, it's gonna make for a better story, I think, probably.
There are some wrestlers who make better challengers, and you want to root for them. But as soon as they get the title, it's like, okay, when are you losing?
Now
it?
what? Yeah.
And it's it's not fair. It's not fair to them.
Remember, you said now what? Okay, because I have a really hot take when we get later on. So yeah, just remember. Now what? Okay, remember that.
So something else from the ladder match that I wanted to bring up, that I've actually seen people on social media talking shit about. The referee tapping on Damian Priest's leg to tell him, hey, that ladder is dangerous. You need to get it out the ring. They were like, why is the ref trying to tell him the script and blah, 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 blah. It was like, no, she was telling him that ladder is about to break. It needs to get out the ring. She was trying to keep him safe.
Right. Now,
that is what the referees are there for, is to keep the wrestlers safe.
I don't know if I agree with the way that he got the letter out, because I would not have still tried to perform a stunt off of the broken ladder.
Yeah. He should have climbed off of it, threw it out the ring, and grabbed a new ladder.
Yeah, that would have definitely...
Yeah, he could have still did that same throwing effect. He could have threw the ladder at somebody.
Oddly enough, I'm glad that you said that, because did he not do that? Didn't he
No, I
throw?
think he just yeeted it.
Hold on.
I don't remember
Give me-
seeing anybody there.
So
I
No,
could be
he
wrong, but
he
I
did.
don't remember seeing
He
anybody
did.
there.
He threw a ladder out of the ring, and it hit Waller in the head.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did throw a. It's not it wasn't the broken ladder that he did that to, but it was a ladder. He threw it out of the ring, and Waller happened to be kind of in the wrong place at the wrong time, and got hit in the head with the damn ladder. Yeah, that did happen.
Faulty Home Depot ladders.
Our truth catching a hot tag in the middle of a ladder match.
Amazing moment, and he pinned Finn for a 3 count.
Right.
Like, that's when I knew he was actually winning the titles. Like I felt like that was when I was like, yeah, they're Miz and Truth are winning one of those sets of titles. Because
Like-
there's no way that he would like do. I mean, it's Truth, so like, yes, he would do something that crazy.
It was like I said, they gave Truth little cute moments
But
of letting
the
him
fact-
do what he do.
The fact that the Miz played along with it and like tagged him in, I'm glad that the Miz is finally seeming to loosen up and not be as like uptight as
Let me
he
tell you
normally
something.
is.
Let me tell you something. This title reign between The Miz and R-Truth is going to be pure comedy and amazing. And then
And I'm
ready
here
for it.
for
I'm
it.
actually DVRing Monday Night Raw because I don't want to watch the Hulu version. I don't want to watch the watered down 2-hour Hulu. I want to watch the full 3-hour show.
you and me both.
So
and me both.
like I'm actually DVRing it right now.
Now, what about Tyler Bate and hitting an airplane spin while Finn is holding a ladder? That
Tyler Bate just
the
doing
big
crazy shit.
the big strong boy.
I'm just glad that his gear did not look like a fucking diaper. Because his gear always looks like a diaper.
I
Like
told you,
him wearing
to me,
white gear.
it never looked like a diaper, but it did look like them tighty whitey draws like that your mom used to have you
Because of how-
it gave
like-
me Toad's little diaper shorts. So it's like it's not quite diaper, but it's not quite shorts.
It's a
It
pull
would
up.
give that.
A pull up.
Pull up. Exactly. There you are. Boom. Pull up. Got it. He wipes his own ass. He don't need dude wipes for you to wipe his ass. He wipes his own ass. Like,
Can we talk about the sponsors of all these matches? Like
Why? Oh God, why? Did we
Dude
need
Wipes was the sponsor for the Becky Rhea match. Who was the sponsor for the ladder match? I forgot. Like there were times when I'm like I could see what the sponsor was. I'm like, okay. And the funny thing is everybody was like going off about WWE, why did y'all choose these matches? I'm like, the sponsors choose the matches that they sponsor.
right?
yeah,
Like, the
dude wipes had like
choose
3 matches,
What
I think.
matches they do.
Yeah.
Like, that was like, yes, it seems, seems on the nose or, questionable for certain sponsors to be sponsoring certain matches, but like
Wingspot.
the sponsors picked those
Gin and juice.
matches. And to be fair, Snoop was on commentary for that match.
Okay, yeah. I mean
Snoop
that
was
part.
on commentary for that match.
I don't think it would have went as well for Snoop on any other match. I just don't at all. Like, so that worked, but I'm not gonna lie, I was
Snoop-
not. I looked over like Wingstop. Really,
Yeah,
really?
Yeah.
I
That was a conversation in our house.
Yeah.
Because Tony does not like Wingstop.
I was like, this
Me and
moment
Wingstop
was
have a
brought to
love-hate
you by.
relationship.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's another one that
And then it
killed
was a
me.
random insurance company. Who is that insurance company? I'm like, so
Home
we're here to
Shield?
protect wood? What are we? Yeah,
Home
I'm like, who
Shield?
is that? I didn't know who that was. We don't have that here. Who
Yeah,
are
it
you
was
people?
was it Minute Maid? It was a Minute Maid. It was Minute Maid. They were advertising their new Agua Frescas.
In the middle of a Latina match. That's crazy.
Yeah. Like I said, the sponsors picked their matches. Like
that
I would have liked to
that's
be in that meeting.
they should have done better, but like they picked their matches, and it's like, yikes.
yeah, that
I mean,
was
Triple H did say the sponsors were happy, so I guess that's all that matters. I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was wild. Yeah, that Jesus Christ.
Also, to bring up the gear again, mention. I'm always gonna mention gear. Ciampa and Gargano's gear was amazing. Like the DX callback
So
for their
Mhm.
gear.
on my version, they didn't even get an entrance.
Oh.
So if you didn't
Wow.
have Prime, you didn't see the entrance. They were already in the room. As a matter of fact,
Wow.
As a matter of fact, you didn't even know that they were in the match until you saw them in the ring.
Wow, that is some bull. But yeah, Johnny actually came out dressed as his gear was HBK inspired with a cowboy hat and everything.
Oh, that would have been dope.
And like the DIY, they actually had DIY like spray painted on the back of like their gear in like the neon green spray paint. And also Candace, Champa's daughter, and Johnny and Candace's son all had like DIY like their clothes all like had the DIY logo somewhere on it. In like they posted like family photos on Instagram, and it was very adorable.
As you should represent.
Right.
As you should.
Right.
If we don't talk about gear, can I point out something?
Sure.
Yes.
Can I point out something that just bothered me?
What?
How many times is Xavier Woods gonna do this Rocky, this Apollo Creed look?
I'm gonna be honest.
In the exact same way. Not nothing
I
different.
wish
Exact
that
same way.
him and Kofi would do new gear. Like they used to be so crazy with their gear. Like
I feel like they've
especially
reached
with
a
Big E,
point
like
of. I feel like they've reached a point of I don't give a fuck anymore. like
yeah.
It's giving. It's giving.
So what I need them to do is dig deeper into that I don't give a fuck and go all out with your gear. Like throw the I don't give a fuck into the I don't give a fuck of how spectacular it is. Make it spectacular though. Like
yeah, because I'm not gonna lie, they're very well known for showing out at like Twitch Mania. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah, Twitch Mania.
Right.
Twitch Mania.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
this shameless plug. WrestleMania.
Not
They're
even shameless.
known for extravagant costumes. They're like even when you see them in interviews, they look good. Like they looked more coordinated on the Hall of Fame giving out the award versus then them coming into the match. Like it literally looked like both of them got dressed in two separate bathrooms and then came out together. Like it didn't even seem like they were a team. And I'm like, is that a sign of something?
Lately their gear hasn't been cohesive. And
that's why I'm wondering, like, are they about to
is Big E the glue that kept them like cohesive?
That definitely, I could definitely see that. I
Mm-hmm.
could definitely see that.
And since he's not there for them to bounce ideas off of and be like, no, let's stick to this.
Yeah. But it's funny because I know for a fact, because he cosplays, he has people, you see what I'm saying, in his repertoire that he could talk to. So that's why I'm saying, I'm wondering if literally, like you said, the rift, because Big E looked good. Did you see them suits? Big E
Yeah.
was together. So obviously, somebody is talking in Big E's ear. So what done went on here that you two ain't talked? You know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Big E put him in them suits for that night. Just saying. Just
I would go so far as to say,
I wouldn't be surprised.
because you spend enough time with somebody, you bound to have a disagreement, an argument, a fight, or whatever. Um, the their chemistry, what like there was no chemistry there that night.
Mm.
Um, it looked unreal. It looked as almost looked like they were calling it in the ring, which is usually a big no no. Which is usually a big no no for WrestleMania. Usually they rehearse their WrestleMania matches, um, so that they know where
I
the
feel like
spots are and everything.
that's something as big as WrestleMania needs to be rehearsed.
yeah.
But here's my thing. I feel
Maybe
like
not too rehearsed, but it needs to be rehearsed. So
I,
you, at least for the big spots.
I feel like um Big E, I mean not Big E, the New Day were calling it in the ring, and I also feel like the match between um uh Ray Ray Mysterio and Andrade versus Dominic Mysterio and God damn it, what is his name?
Brain. I know who you're talking. I literally I said it to Tony the other day. I'm like, he's from Legado del Fantasma. I gotta remember
Yeah.
his name. And Santos Escobar.
Yeah, Santos. So
Like, it's bad when you can't remember somebody's name, but you remember their faction.
like I feel
And
like that
I
I
know
feel like
everybody
that
else
whole
in his
match
faction.
I feel like that whole match up until the interference was being called in the ring. I say that because in certain instances you could see Ray talking to his opponent. Like
Yeah.
and so I was like that is WrestleMania is not where you would do that. Like you can get away with it at house shows and you can get away with it in
On a regular TV match.
on a regular TV match. You can get away with it depending on who your opponent is and how many years they've been doing it. You can even get away with it at certain pay-per-views, not a WrestleMania.
No.
Now I understand. And I think I said
Dominic
this before.
and Ray should have been rehearsing.
Like I've said this before. I understand the stigma behind calling it in the ring and how certain wrestlers feel like doing so or not being able to do that is a weakness and rehearsing basically makes you look like a chump. But like when you have inexperienced people like Dominic, who is just now getting to a point where his offense really he's always had the defense. My issue has never been Dom can sell his ass off.
Yeah.
But his offense sucks ass. Like it's just now
because he was trying to be too much like his dad.
It's just now getting to a point
totally different people.
Right. It's just now getting to a point where it's starting to work. Like hush meal. Um,
Which dad? Which father? You are the father.
The
whether you're talking about
the one he
Ray,
shares the one he shares with last name.
whether you're
That
talking about
better.
whether you're talking about Ray or you're talking about Eddie, it doesn't matter. He could not use either one of those movesets. Just can't do it. He's not built like that.
Yeah.
Um, it and then the unknown. This was the first time that we saw Andrade in a full, like, ready to go program. And so, unless I'm mistaken, this is the first time that I've actually.
I think he's wrestled on a Monday Night Raw maybe once or twice already
And
since
so,
the Rumble.
you
Maybe once.
You had Andrade, and then you also have Dominic. Like, to not rehearse that is crazy behavior. Like,
Yeah.
that is nuts.
So one thing I will say, like, as much as I love the LWO doing the whole like throwing is it Joaquin Wild who is the one who always does like
Yep.
the jumping from the second rope?
Uh-huh.
They do it every week. Like they've done it every week. And it's like
it has lost its wow
Like-
factor. Like,
yeah, it's like yes, I'm glad y'all did it at Mania so that it could potentially go viral. But you've done it on NXT on a regular TV show.
mhm,
You've done it on SmackDown on a regular show.
mhm.
Like, where's the wow factor?
You know what wasn't a wow
I mean,
factor?
I think that goes into back to what you were saying. If they're not having like very little interaction or any, if they're not training to put it together, if they're not talking to put it together, then
Mhm.
they're just going to keep going for what works. Nobody
Yeah.
ever pushed the bar to say, like you said, okay, we've already done this
Mhm.
here, and here. How do we
Yeah.
push this? Or what can we do to give it a little bit oomph?
More.
And if they can't even sit there and get the normal stuff together, do we really expect them to do more? And I think that's, like you said, where the problem is maybe the whole thing as itself is losing its wow factor. Like, is it needing to go another way? Is something else needing to go on? Because at this point, like it's
'Cause
done.
there's only so many times you can slingshot somebody to the ramp before it goes wrong.
Right. Absolutely. I'm gonna tell you, the next match though was probably one of the worst matches with the most build-up that I've ever seen at WrestleMania.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't pay attention to it because I was cooking dinner.
It was not even
I
a
gotta
match.
look at the list. Wait, which matches we talking about? Hold on. Where's the list?
Think about the worst
I
match
was
at
cooking
WrestleMania
dinner.
and you'll know where we are. It wasn't even a match. It was a super kick contest. Like it like you built this shit up and you were like, before I retire, I wanna go against my brother. You did all of this and that's what you gave us?
So
Everything
our
that you-
producer is saying next.
Like,
Yeet.
that's
Yeet.
No, yeet.
that's what you gave us? Like that's the best you could come up with.
So
We knew who was going.
I think it had I think it had its good moments going into with the connection of the story, but I just literally feel one brother may be better than the other.
We
or
knew
maybe
that,
they're
though.
only that good to. We did,
knew
we did,
that.
but not, but now it's in 4K. it's in 4K.
Like we've
And the
seen
funny thing
Jay.
is,
We've
going into their split, I was more of a Jimmy Uso person because of the fact that, you know, I got to watch him on TV on Total Divas. So
Yeah.
it was like I kind of got attached to him more than I got attached to Jay originally. And I was like, Jay's winning this. Like, going into the match with the build-up, Jay's winning this. Jay is the bigger star of the two.
Jay, unfortunately, not Jay, Jimmy. He.
I know what I want to say, but I'm waiting for you to say what you're gonna say, because I know what I want to say. You ready to get canceled? You
Let's
get
do it.
canceled?
Let's
'Cause I
do
can
it.
say it.
Let's do it. Goddamn it!
He is not good without his wife. His wife has more star power than him. His wife has
Especially
more talent
now.
than him.
Especially now.
His
'Cause I'm
wife
still
was
trying to
better
figure-
training him.
I'm still trying to figure
Sim
out.
literally said it in chat.
I'm still trying to figure out. Unless Jimmy is about to retire and he has something really big planned, why in the fuck would you leave everything that was going on in Impact, where they were treating you exactly the way that you needed to be treated? You were at the top of the card, wrestling not only women, not only proving yourself against women, but you were proving yourself against men as well.
Yeah.
Going through tables, you were a hardcore wrestler.
Hell, she was the reason I was watching Impact.
You left all
She
of
literally
that.
was the reason I watched Impact.
You left all of that to go right back to WWE's mid card. Why would you do that?
Love.
Like, bro.
Love. She loves her husband. There's no question about that. Like, even with the separation, if like we'll go into, like Ye said, we'll go into Total Divas, we'll go into the Instagram. She loves her husband. She is a very devoted woman. She also loves her career. So respectfully, the only balance that they had in their marriage and their careers was her being there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it sucks. It does suck. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, is it possible, because we are now in the Hunter realm, that she could be no longer a mid-card? We don't know yet. She just came back. You know what I'm saying? Pretty much, she got through into a storyline, pretty much like that. Maybe that's a good sign. You know what I'm saying? Does she deserve to have that push? She does. And guess who's going to be right there? Because let's look at how everything's going. The bloodline is pretty much at this point put on the shelf at the moment. You've already proven you can't beat your brother. You've already proven that. What is your next storyline? Absolutely nothing right now, but your wife got one.
Come on, let's give him the storyline that TJ had. Let's give him the storyline TJ had. Remember when TJ was going by Natty's husband?
Yes. Yes.
Can we go ahead and give him that storyline and just start calling him Naomi's husband?
I mean, and like I said, I love them both dearly. You see what I'm saying? But the fact of it is it remains. And like you said, we all knew. If you ever sat there and watched them, even as a tag team, granted, I will sit there and say, for most of people who didn't know the difference between the two, because at one point it was very hard to tell. I knew. Don't ask me how I knew, but I knew. Okay.
That's a off-stream conversation.
That is definitely. Oh yeah, definitely. But I knew. I knew.
Noted.
But you could tell. You could tell who was the anchor for the team. And like I said, did they have their good moments? They had their good moments, but you knew who was carrying them. It's just like we said about the Hardys. We knew at the end of the day who was actually doing the carrying of actual wrestling.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like after a while, it happened. You
I
said,
do.
"Nah, say
I
it."
do.
No,
I
I'm
do.
not gonna say it because then that will reveal my secret, and I'm not revealing my secret of how I can pay attention to certain things. You know, because then I go to cons and I meet people, and then they're going to be sitting there wondering, like, is Inf looking at me that way? And I'm going to tell you respectfully, if you're not taken, yes, the fuck I am. Doesn't matter what gender you are. Yes, if you're not taken, I'm looking. But seriously, I thought it was cute. You know, he came out with Lil Wayne. Why the fuck did he come? Who the fuck pulled Lil Wayne out of wherever he came from to bother him
He
for
did.
this shit? Lil Wayne
He
even
did.
looked. Long as he did, because he looked so confused on that stage. He was like, he got the rapping, and he was like, "Where are you?" Like it was like he didn't get the cue.
I knew
of what
Wayne was,
but it was nice to see him though.
I knew Wayne was there. But I didn't know why, and I didn't know he was coming out with Jimmy. I knew that they were like hugging each other and dapping each other up and stuff, because Wayne was backstage. But
He said he was dropping an album.
yeah,
He said he was said he was dropping his new music that night. So I was thinking he was going to come out to his music. Like that's what I thought. Like when they dapped each other up and talked about it, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm dropping my new song that night, WrestleMania." I'm like, "Okay, well we see who you with
That
is about to
would've
be
been-
intro, and it would have been fire." And then that's not what happened.
Wayne wouldn't clear the verse.
We got yeeted. We got yeeted. That's what happened. We got yeeted. And I'm normally the person doing the yeeting. I don't know how to feel about getting yeeted.
Man. But yeah, that match was
It was a match.
It was a match of a homage of red versus blue.
Yeah.
That's what that was. There we go.
There we go. All right.
and now I
on to the
understand.
next
Now
match.
I understand. Now I understand why in Jay's intro on 2K24 the entire crowd is offbeat. I understand why that the game does that now. Because them motherfuckers that was in that audience. What in the raisins in the potato salad was that? What in what? I have never seen so many people clap on the one in the the one in the four. Like, bro, it was like they were doing that shit on like I can't even do that shit on accident. You had to have been doing that shit on purpose. There is just no way.
No, they were not. No.
The fact that they were able to do that shit. The fact that they were able to do that shit was a talent. You hear me? Cause ain't no
That's not a talent. That's a sin. That's a sin.
Say that's not talent. That's
Sin.
talentless.
That's a sin. There's people who ass is clapping with more rhythm than them people in that crowd. I don't know. Rhea's ass had more claps in her match on beat than them people in that crowd. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, next match.
golly. So next we had Dakota Kai, Kairi Sane, and Asuka versus Naomi, Jade, and Bianca.
Can I start here?
Yes.
Can I start here?
Yes.
Because I need to say this with my entire chest.
Floor is yours.
we're gonna go into what in the fuck was their theme, because okay, so Damage Control came out with a beautiful geisha intro. Definitely made sense. The big three, as Bianca titled them on Instagram, came out, and I was like, "Are we X-Men or we Beyonce?" And who the hell told Naomi she was Seer? Who the hell told Naomi Seer was an X-Man? But I will say the costume was beautifully designed. She showed that behind the scenes, but I still wanted to know who the hell told her she was Seer.
So I think what they were going for was, if you note, like, one of the things I noticed, Jade was wearing all silver. Naomi was wearing all gold. And then Bianca had a mix of gold and silver. So I think that was just their cohesive, like, hey, let's go metallics with our gear.
That's true, but Bianca had the Cyclops glasses on. So that's why I'm like, what in the X-Men meets Beyonce is this? Because it was giving Renaissance. It was giving, you know, Cowboy Carter. Like it's giving. But then I'm like,
so here's the thing. When you have
also the website that the people who did Naomi's custom gear, they do have a website. I've already looked on it. The fringe jacket that Naomi was wearing at the press conference is like $300 on their website.
I would like that for Mother's Day.
I was gonna say, if it comes in a men's size, I need it. Even if it doesn't, I might need it.
So
it's light up and fringe. I need it.
So you know how when you have a group of nerd friends, there's always that one that there's all you already know where I'm going. You already know where I'm going. There's always that
she
one.
She can't help it. She got told, hey, we're doing metallics, and she went with what she thought.
There's always that one that claims that they like anime and they like this and they like that. And then when you ask them, well, what anime do you like? Their answer is one of the big three. It's Naruto, Dragon Ball Z, and
One Piece.
Right, and One Piece. like you know that those Naomi is that friend that said that she likes anime but can only quote you the big three. Naomi is
but Kenny, what big three X-Men got that hat on? Who the fuck told her that Seer was an X-Men? She got Apex confused with X-Men. I need to talk to my sis. Where is Meg Thee Stallion to talk to her? There's no X-Men with a hat on.
Hold on. Pump your brakes. Because when Meg Thee Stallion first hit, talking about how big of an anime fan she was, when they asked her, what anime do you like? You know what she did? The big fucking three.
Okay. I'm saying it in the sense of a black woman telling another black woman sis that was not the right cue. That's all.
I will admit,
that's all I'm saying.
They at least had a cohesive look between the three of them in terms of after taking off all of the entrance look stuff.
Yes.
And Damage Control did not look cohesive. And that kind of made me a little annoyed because y'all are the established team. Like, y'all didn't come out in matching colors. Nothing. Like,
no, Dakota wanted her moment. You could tell how half naked she was.
Right.
Dakota's moment was Dakota's moment because she didn't know. Like, she doesn't know if this might have been her last WrestleMania. Like, she's been injured most of the time since she's been back. So she was like, "I'm having my moment."
Dakota finna.
She did. She looked good. I think she should have had a coat on. But
Kyrie unfortunately looked like she put her finger into a light socket before they went out.
Dakota finna
But
go
I
wherever the fuck Roman finna go. That's where she finna go.
I don't know what you're talking about. No, she not. If I got something to say about it, she gonna stick her ass with damage control and sit the fuck down with her little ass outfit on and be cute.
Cause like, so people don't believe that she's, how old is Dakota Kai?
Hey Google.
Dakota Kai is 35 years old. That is in women's wrestling age, that is old.
Actually, if you tell most of Twitter, that's old.
Yeah. But as far as women's wrestlers, 35 is old.
Right.
Yeah.
So she's probably already thinking like, I need to start wrapping it up because they're gonna try to push me out.
Yeah. Yeah. So and that's what. Yeah.
You know,
only person allowed to only female wrestler allowed to get old is Natty.
I mean, you see where that goes. You see where that goes. You know. But overall, tell that to Trish. Listen, we're not gonna talk about Trish right now. I'm gonna leave Trish alone right now. I'm not coming for Trish's neck. I will say overall, I don't think the match was bad.
No, I don't think the match was bad either. Match. And you can tell that Jade has been putting in work. She looked a whole lot better this time than she did when she did the match we don't talk about.
Yeah, but I'm gonna say something and I'm probably gonna get booed. I don't think she was ready for this. It was very baby's first steps. Like you could tell even with how they tagged in and out. You could tell with the fact that she was holding on to that damn rope when she should have jumped in. She's standing there holding the rope like she waiting for the school bus. Talk about, bitch, don't jump in and break them up. If you don't help Bianca, they jumping in and out like the vets they is. You still holding on to this little ass motherfucking rope. Bitch, hop your big ass in here. What are you doing? What are you doing? Get your big ass in there. Like, and that's what I mean. Like, she did look cleaner. She didn't look like she was gonna hurt anybody, which is, like you said, a very great step in the direction for her. And having Naomi and Bianca in her corner can do nothing but help that. Right. But god damn it, somebody should have told her to let go of that motherfucking rope.
I think
so. There were people on social media who were like, Naomi was lucky that they picked her to be part of the team, and I'm like,
do y'all not know
who the fuck else was gonna be there?
Right.
Like saying that she was lucky. She's a veteran in the company. Yes, she just came back to the company, but she is a veteran within that company. She's a veteran in the industry. Like, put some respect on her.
And that goes back to what I said before earlier when we were talking about the match that we got told next. She's been the star, but she wasn't given the respect.
Right.
Her husband was. Mm-hmm. And that's why I said, hopefully in this Triple H era that we're in, she gets the push.
Gets some shine.
So, because we already, like you said, we were already watching her everywhere. Where's she going? I'm not gonna hold you. I'm not gonna say I did not pay attention to where Mercedes was going. I did, but I've always been a fan of Naomi.
Right.
Like you said, when it was like, oh, she gonna be on Total Divas, I'm going to go watch. You know who I'm going to go watch? That ass.
The funny thing is, I actually went back to watch her NXT season. Like when it was the game show, I went back to go watch it because she was on it. Mm-hmm. Because her and AJ Lee were on that season, even though I wasn't even an AJ Lee fan at that time, I still went to go back and watch that season because I wanted to see where they started from within the WWE. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I was like, that's why they deserve to be on the show. They deserve the titles that they get.
Let me tell you
something. I was like, Naomi is a 2-time SmackDown Women's Champion. She's a 1-time Tag Team Champion, which they don't like to mention that she's a one-time tag team champion. Like, they won't bring that up, but
Well,
they
we
do
know
mention
why.
her two-time. They do mention the two-time SmackDown, and I'm like, y'all need to give her all of her accolades. It's not her fault that y'all wanted to fuck around and she left
Right.
because y'all decided to fuck around.
Right. Absolutely not. It Naomi. Now understand where Naomi came from, where she started. She started as a
She
cheerleader.
was a dancer.
She was a
for
funkadactyl.
right.
She was
No,
a funkadactyl. Yes,
She was a cheerleader.
She was an Orlando Magic cheerleader before she started wrestling. She literally said in the press conference, she started wrestling at 21.
She is
So, like, we literally watched her grow from 21 to I think she said she's 36 now.
she
like,
is the epitome.
She literally grew up.
She is the epitome of started from the bottom. Because she went through she went through
FCW.
She went through FCW. She went through Tough Enough. She went through Divas.
She did Tough Enough?
Think she did.
I think so.
I need to go watch that season. Find out where I can watch that season of Tough Enough then.
Because I think, because her and her tag team partner were on the same show.
Her and Cameron.
Which that was an
Cameron
falling out right there.
Cameron, because I remember that season because Cameron's at that time boyfriend, husband, or whatever the fuck, he was trying to be a wrestler too, but then and was bragging about his cardio. First day running the ropes, he threw up and started crying. So like, Literal started from the bottom, and then once she did that show, she still started not as a wrestler, as a fucking cheerleader for Tyrus of all people. Oh, I'm sorry, the Funkasaurus. Tyrus.
The Funkasaurus, Brodus Clay. How many names does this man have? How many men? If y'all don't know who we talking about, we gonna name all his names so y'all can remember. But yeah, like they came in the ring. Naomi was known for that ass. Like I remember being in rooms with fellow male friends, and it was like, nobody came to see her wrestle. They came to see that ass because they did that little thing. They would come out and they would cheer, and then they would get their ass together and kind of move up and then do the thing. And then she started to kick people's ass with that ass. And they got a whole new different, like, oh, she's actually doing shit. Yes, she was. Like, my God. Please, man, listen, Triple H.
They don't know how to... They don't know. People, internet idiots don't know how to put respect on specifically Black women's names.
There you go. You about to open up a can of worms. You gonna wish that you ain't never.
I've said it. Listen, I've said it on several podcasts. I've said it on my stream. I said it on Twitter a few weeks ago. We are consistently proven to be the most hated thing on the planet. If you don't agree with it, you can look at it in damn near every industry we're in. We gotta scrap to get just a crumb of respect. You literally just said it right there. She has been wrestling the entire time my child has existed and it's still not gotten the respect. 14 years. 14 years, and she still has not gotten a crumb of respect as far as we sit there and bring up somebody like Trish Stratus. Trish is always going to get her respect. Just like when we seen in the Hall of Fame thing. There's going to be people that will never get put into that Hall of Fame. And then eventually, there are going to be. And that woman better have her ass in that Hall of Fame. Because she done did too damn much for this industry. Too damn much.
I agree,
Even if you don't want to scream about her accolades.
While she's alive.
While she's alive.
While she's alive. Because doing it any other way would be trash. Like that.
No disrespect to the Bella Twins. I love them. But they could have waited to be inducted into the Hall of Fame.
I feel like they was only inducted because of all that legal stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a hush, you know, we're inducting you, so, you know, shh. Don't let all the secrets out.
Right.
Because they sure enough knew that their stepdad was involved with all the things that he was involved with.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no way that's their stepdad and they didn't know. But now that they're not with the company, you know, we can't. I mean, we could get their side because they do have all their social medias. But all right, Sami Zayn versus Gunther.
Let me tell you something. This match was the first. So understand when I started watching WrestleMania, I had to go back and watch the Becky and Rhea and the ladder match. I started watching with the Legado del Fantasma and Dominic Mysterio, and then from there. So until this match with Zayn and Gunther, from my perspective, this was the first male match that even was worth anything. I was so let down by the goddamn the Usos match, that I was like, when we finally got to Sammy versus Gunther, I was basically like, if Sammy doesn't win, I'm right. It's a riot, because
the fact that they pulled on our heartstrings before his entrance by having him talk with his son before the match,
and then run into KO, and by the time we saw KO and what KO said to him, I was like, yep, cold face is wet. Cold face is big wet.
Question.
I say cold face is big wet.
How did they get his wife to ringside as quickly as they did? Or was all of that stuff pre-recorded and then he did his entrance? Because
I think it was pre-recorded. Because she was there.
Like, she was at ringside for his entrance. Unless they like put her in one of those carts and like booked it to her seat.
I mean, that's possible looking at how that side opening was. When you look at if you look at how the arena was, I could see them putting, and now seeing that, now that you say that, thinking of that cart that Kevin Owens came in on, I could see that, but also in the same sense, I feel like maybe because it goes into the thing of where was the kid? That as a parent, you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how they operate, you know, having your children there. So I do feel like maybe a part of it might have been recorded because the kid was not with his wife.
No. Right.
So your wife is there. Does WWE have daycare now? Because if they do, I know some people that can be arrested.
The kid might have been, you know, with. I know it's wrong to keep saying the kid because, like, we don't know Sammy's son's name, or at least I haven't learned.
Little Sammy. We got little Jimmy and we got little Sammy.
But like, hold up, the kid was.
Oh, well, I didn't even see that when he went to her. I didn't see a kid. Oh, well, no. Okay. Somebody get that little motherfucker some steps.
But like the fact that his wife was at ringside, I kind of felt like I was like, oh, there's no way they're having him lose with his wife at ringside. But then again, they had him lose in Montreal with his family at ringside.
Yeah, his parents were there at that time. Like you know, so it but um it was a great match. It was a great match.
Excuse
And to
me.
be honest with you, if it was the best call too, because
Yeah.
Gunther's run was getting stale.
Yeah,
And what you
absolutely.
don't want to have happen is somebody like Gunther, who is an incredible talent in his own right, to be put in a position where you're having to um, you're having to fish shit out your ass because you don't know what to do with it. You know what I mean? Like it you don't want to have what was going on with the goddamn bloodline before Sami Zayn became a part of it to happen to Gunther.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it was a good call. Now he gets to refresh, during his
Go after Damian Priest.
what also
Oh.
also during Gunther's run, he got married and had a kid. So now he's afforded that opportunity to kind of
he'll get time off so that he can go, be a dad for a little bit.
right. I think
Yeah.
it's a win-win situation. I think that's
I
that.
didn't know that Jenny had a baby.
Yeah, that's the reason why
That is wild.
that's the reason why he went missing. A few for like 3 weeks, a month or
Okay.
so.
I'm
Yeah.
still sad that she's no longer with the company because she was a pretty good wrestler in NXT UK.
Mm-hmm. She definitely was. But yeah, I definitely, and I do have to say this for all the people in WWE that work in the office that said that Sami Zayn was not WrestleMania material, was not main event material, was not championship material. You people can kiss my ass because Sami Zayn showed us last night, and he continues to show us why he is main event material. He can be pushed to do whatever he wants to do, to go after whatever he wants to go after. Because, like Triple H said in the at the press conference, Sami Zayn has an incredible gift of not only in-ring ability, but the ability to pull emotion out of people.
That's not an easy talent as a wrestler.
Yeah.
Not at all.
That's definitely not an easy talent as a wrestler.
Not at all. So I better not hear.
Also, I'm still annoyed with the people who were like, Chad Gable should have been the one to take the title off of Gunther. No. I wasn't getting I wasn't behind Chad Gable as much as I was Sami Zayn.
I think
Like you
Chad-
said, Sami Zayn pulls emotions out of people.
now I
Chad
think
doesn't.
I think a proper feud between Sammy and Chad would be really good.
Oh, it'd be
But
interesting.
my concern is Chad is good because Chad can really wrestle. I mean, like collegiate wrestling. He is super technical.
Mhm.
What I don't want, that's a good that's a good talent to have. But when you're in a business with a bunch of showmen, it means that you kind of almost have to dull your own ability to make the match look interesting. Because otherwise, no. And that was his problem once Jason Jordan got hurt, and even as they were coming up, was that him and Jason were so dominant and so technical and so quick that they made everybody look like trash. like they made everybody look like they just couldn't hang. And when Jason got hurt and Chad was on his own, that was the same problem. Like, he was so fast, so quick, and so technical that everybody that wrestled Chad Gable looked like an amateur.
Like they still needed training.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like, and it's no fault to Chad. Chad's great. It's just that when people are in the ring with Chad, you have to be on your A. You can't just be a performer. You can't just be. I always say there are two types of wrestlers. There are your showmans, and then there are people that can actually wrestle. Chad is one of those people that can actually wrestle. So when you wrestle him, you cannot be this over-the-top showman. You have to be able to counter his technical. If you cannot,
and I think that's actually why him and Otis work so well together, because Otis is the over-the-top person to balance him out.
That's also why him and Gunther put on such great matches.
Yeah.
Because Gunther is a wrestler. He's just stiff. You know what I mean? So yeah, you can get good matches out of Gunther, but don't ask that motherfucker to dance, because that motherfucker.
He was one of the people clapping, during the Yeet stuff. You set it up. I just knocked it down. You know what? That was all you.
You know what? And I love you for it. You understand me? I love you for it. But yeah, so it's one of those things where he's so good, he's probably gonna end up working himself out of a job.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate, but it happens in everyday life. People are so good at their job that they make their job, they're like, there's nothing we can do with
You're overqualified.
Right. Yeah. You are now. I understand. I understand that you hone that skill here, but now you're overqualified. So now we need to get somebody in that don't really know shit, so we can go back to mediocrity, because we can't meet that level. I mean, perfect example. Anybody in the audience ever worked at Lowe's? Because they are highly mediocrity. If you start showing up people at Lowe's, Lowe's and Sears are two places that do that. Lowe's and Sears, if you are too good at your job, they will show you the door. They will show you the door. Because they believe in mediocrity. They don't want you. They want you to be just good enough.
Let me go find a job at Lowe's. Tired of being told I can't work someplace because I'm too qualified. Let me go. Did you just? I think I'm about to just be mediocre as fuck. Hold on, you just gave me a whole idea. I ain't about to do shit. Hold on.
So, then we had the main event for night one.
So, let's talk about the gear, like we've been doing randomly throughout the show. I'm pissed that they showed us the coat before the actual entrance. Like, he showed off the back of the coat with his logo and Seth's logo, like, on his coat, and I'm like, Really? You had to show that to us before your entrance? I wanted
Considering,
that surprise.
I mean, I get it, but considering his
I
bus,
wanted that, like, that pop.
I mean, I get it, but
I guess because they
considering,
got 2 nights.
well, no,
They got
it
2
was. I think it
nights.
was more so about the fact that his bus caught on fire, and
Oh yeah.
But it could have been he could have put it in a suit bag or something. And
Well,
like,
he's probably trying to
let
make
us
sure it didn't smell
speculate.
like smoke.
Yeah. You're right.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, in fairness, and luckily for us, they got 2 entrances, so it didn't take away from that. I love
I
Seth.
like the I like the surprise and the wow of seeing like the entrance gear that people come up with, especially for WrestleMania. And like getting to see it as oh, Cody Rhodes is here, and then he's carrying the ring coat already, and it's like, but I wanted to see it as his entrance, not him just carrying it. Like, it would have been I feel like it would have been a bigger pop of seeing his and Seth's logo on the same coat as his entrance than as a backstage segment.
I love the fact that they let him use the the stage elevator. I'm a big fan of that thing. I loved it. I love it when he uses it. I love the way that Rey Mysterio used it. I'm just a big fan of people coming out in like from under the ring. It just, I mean, under the stage. It's dope to me. Another thing that I really loved was being able to hear that Hollywood Rock entrance music one last time. It brought back some decent memories from old school heel rock. But I'm gonna say this now. I know he was calling himself the final boss, but when Roman Reigns enters an arena, he gives off final boss energy without even having to be called the final boss. Like they have perfected Roman Reigns' entrance to the point where it looks, when he's coming down to the ring, it almost looks like you got a hell of a mountain to climb, buddy, because this shit is not fixing to be easy.
So on the comment, the statement of, The Rock calling himself the final boss, the fact that Serena Deeb is upset that he stole her gimmick is hilarious, because Meiko Satomura has been calling herself the final boss in NXT for I don't know how long. And like, she is known as the final boss in Japanese, like in the women's Japanese pro wrestling industry.
Oh wow.
So it's like, you stole it from her, but you're mad that Dwayne stole it from you?
I mean, in fairness, they all stole it from me. Because in all actuality, I've been called the final boss for several years now. I can call one of my mods on the phone right now. But I will, since we are talking about that, I will say, I screamed. Nobody could, of course, hear me in Gorilla because we were muted. But like we said in the beginning of everything, I am a Rock fan. I am a Rock fan. Hearing like
You
Cole
should have
can tell
unmuted.
you,
You should have unmuted.
no, No,
We've had people unmute themselves during certain.
no, that type of scream, no. No. It's nostalgic for me because, like I said, I've seen The Rock live. I've heard that music live.
Mhm.
It is Infy's background music. Like that is it. Not only that, but if you've ever seen any of my stuff, it's like I like techno, technological cyberpunk things. So to see the countdown on the side panels the way that it was. Don't be surprised if y'all see that somewhere very, very soon. Anywho,
I'm already surprised that Infy hasn't stolen the electricity from the Rock's entrance because I feel
maybe Infy
I mean,
has.
to be fair with the Mouth arenas, we don't get to use custom videos because it's just to be easier on the arena itself, it's literally just the blank screen, like the
what
screens.
I'm going to tell you right now. Watch me. I swear for Lord, I will throw a green screen back there when I make my own entrance, and I will put whatever the fuck I want on
Listen, all I'm gonna say is stay tuned. That's all I'm gonna say when it has to do with
exactly, Cole. Exactly. That's what CapCut is
the editors,
for.
I need y'all to, I need y'all's help with entrances. Then
listen, just holla at me. But I no, seriously, holla at me. But on top of that, he came out and it took a second for everybody to realize it because it's like, well, that don't make sense. He has lightning, and why is there fire here? Here's a science lesson, everybody, for those who may have absolutely no idea. When lightning strikes the solid ground, it creates a spark. That spark, if it's anything around it, will create fire. Like me and Twitter had fights that I didn't talk about. But to see the camera angle change from him because it was a final boss intro. If you've played any, we're gamers, you've played games, you know how the boss intro is. You step through a ring of fire. It is what it is. But to see that bull, and like I said, it's nostalgic. I get that a lot of people feel how they feel about The Rock. I get that. But you have to understand, for us who have been fans for years, yes, did people feel like, oh, he inserted himself into Cody's thing? Let's be honest. Cody was not going to take this fucking match. Let's keep it a band. Cody said that shit last night. Okay, just be honest. So it worked. However the story played out, however they did it, it worked. But he came out and you see the camera angle, you see the bull in the light with the red eyes, and you see the fire. The only problem that I had with The Rock was your entire intro is blue. And I understand the bloodline is red. I get it. I still don't like it, but I get it. So your entire intro is blue, but your outfit is red, black, and gold. I was like, I like, and for those who also don't know, people was like the pattern and the Elvis, once again, giving the respect to the heritage, you know what I'm saying, in the outfit.
Right.
A lot of people in Hawaii have a lot of respect for Elvis. So the collar was there, the pattern was there, the color respect to Roman was there. The best thing though, and I said it, and thank you WWE cameraman, because I got tired of Little Booties Matter, because we were all saying in chat, if he wrestle in them pants, we gonna have a problem. Why are you in these tuxedo pants? And if we wouldn't have got a slide with that people's elbow in them tuxedo pants, I would have left Gorilla. I would have shut down Navicore, and I wouldn't be here tonight. But he took off the pants. But to also say what you about Ronan, I love to see Roman come out. I do. But I also wish, personally, this is just me personally, one of the intros, like the other intro had the drums, but I really wish with the gimmick of the tribal chief, one of the intros would have been a little bit more.
Yeah, I needed that. I needed that.
That would have been
That would have been the perfect time for one of the elders to be there.
Yes. Yes, that
Um,
that like the elders at the table, the chiefs at the table, the dancers
He
to
could
come
have dug
out, the
because
homage
deeper
could have.
because
into.
when he became the tribal chief, the Wild Samoans are who put the lay on him.
Mhm.
So it would only make sense that for a battle of this caliber, they should have been there.
Yeah.
And like I said, considering and you know, like we were talking, me and Yates were talking because we were both not happy about the Cody coat. But in my brain I was like, hopefully, because we all knew they had matches the next day. So I was hoping, going into the next day. So I like I said, it should have been one of them days. If
Yeah.
not the first day, then the second day. But
Mhm.
to not really have it, like it was in the logoing, of course there were drums there, but it just for the part of my heritage that I don't often get to celebrate the way I want to, and to not really see it fully celebrated from him. You're donning a name. You're donning a title. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's like you are Creole King Kenny. Man, listen, I done seen what you done did. I already know where you can go. Listen, I want to see how deep the well can go. I done seen just the crumb of it. I know you can go there. Like when you're donning a title,
Mhm.
you see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like you
Yeah.
gotta, when it's that time to show out, you show out. And it just, we got more Nikes than we got heritage.
So
We did.
here's my here's my question to you, Infi, outside of wrestling. I know that this is a wrestling show, but I also, if you learn some if you get some nuggets of actual life shit along the way, I don't mind that either. But my question is, why don't you? Because I can see in you that part of you, that part of you means a lot to you. When I was there in Hawaii, I didn't bring my lay home. I rested it on the shoulders of Don Ho before I came back home. I walked from my hotel room to the Don Ho statue, placed my lay on his shoulders, and walked my ass back to my hotel room, and then got ready to get back on the plane. And even in the time that I was there, that beautiful culture that seems to be dying is so important to me because I see my culture that is 100% dying, and I see that in in Samoan heritage. So when people say that they don't get a chance to celebrate that side of them the way that they want to, my question is always why, because I know I don't get a chance to celebrate mine, but it's only because we were never even taught the language, because the language was uh the language as 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 a people, they were taught to be ashamed of it. And so my question to you would be, if if that is a side of you, why not celebrate it?
So the biggest reason is I'm not from the correct island.
Okay.
I'm black. My mama is black.
Hmm.
And being black, you are expected to be from more of the Caribbean islands. So when you go and tell people, well, that's not where my grandmama from, that's not where my family from. Well, you don't look like it.
I get that.
What don't I look like? You're not shaped like it. What is shaped like it?
Right.
You know, and I've spent a lot of time, you know, trying to because very similar to you.
Mhm.
Cole just scared me. Very similar to you. Um, I only know a little. I was taught little
Right.
because my grandmother died when I was younger.
Mhm.
I've only been to the island once in my life. So I've been learning my culture. My aunt is still there.
Okay.
So I've been learning my culture as best as I could. But when you aren't welcomed because half of you is one thing, and when you can't sit there and say, in school about your heritage because, well, you're black and one drop of black blood, you're black.
Mhm.
No,
Believe it or not,
not.
the Creole heritage is the same. There's a lot of that there too. You're not you're not light enough for this side. You're not dark enough for that side. You don't speak enough for this side. You don't speak the right way for that side.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I feel that, but
And I don't have the last name. Like my grandmother, both of my
neither
on
do
both
I.
sides of my family are military.
Right.
So the women married into the men. So
Exactly.
I don't have I don't have either last name. You see what I'm saying? I
Right.
have both male presenting last names, but that doesn't change anything.
Right.
You see what
Absolutely
I'm
not.
saying? Like and what a lot of people, and I'm gonna steal Cole's line.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Uh-huh.
borrow Cole's line behind the curtain. My government first name is the last queen of Hawaii.
Oh, that is dope.
If you know any history
Yeah.
about that, that is my government first name. But we couldn't spell it
That's
that way
awesome.
because
I didn't learn.
my family didn't want to be judged. My grandparents wanted me to be they wanted me to be able to have a job.
Right.
So my name is
Gotcha.
what it is in the English form, but what's funny is the name is the last queen of Hawaii,
Right.
but the name also means crown. So now you see why I say I am royalty. I was born this way. I was bred this way.
I will tell you, Yates.
And my child is represented through that way. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
that's
Like
dope. That's dope.
yeah.
That's
I
awesome.
sincerely hope that you continue learning and that you instill a lot of your culture in Pants and teach her not to, no matter what anybody says, you are who you are. Period. Point blank. I learned a lot.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh, Infi, I hope you're a hugger because when I meet you, you're getting a hug, by the way.
I am a hug. Cole can tell you I am a hugger. Cole got to meet me in person. I'm such a huge hugger. But to answer you, Kenny, she does. Her name. Her name.
Mm-hmm.
I
I
we
learned that story
I'm
because
not
I
gonna
was
say I'm not gonna say
no
her
no no I
I'm not
know
gonna say
I
her
know
government name,
right
but her name. It's in her name. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like in our house, like that for my birthday this year,
mm-hmm.
and it's sitting right here on my PC. My daughter made hibiscus for my birthday.
Oh,
On her
nice.
my So when you look at my, like, when I tell everybody every single one of my tattoos have a representation of a story of my life, I have a hibiscus with her name when she was born. My
Aw.
dad brought a flower And I have a picture of that flower from when she was born. So, and it's hard for my dad, you see what I'm saying? Because there was a lot that went on in his life. My dad is one of 12 kids.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I can't yell at him and be like, well, why didn't you teach me nothing? My dad is just now relearning himself.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's why I'm very pro, you know, I respect culture. And I would like my culture respected.
Absolutely.
You know, like I bite my tongue, I say certain things, and you know, but and it's because it's cool. Like I'm taking Pants when she turns 18 home.
You should.
And we're going to get tattoos. I'm taking her home. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna take my nieces home. Like this is where we were born. And just as well as people be like, oh, I want to go back to Africa, or I want to go back to Haiti, or I want to go back to Panama. I respect so like I said, one of my closest friends is Brazilian. I respect the fuck out of him. One of my closest friends is Haitian. I respect the fuck out of him. But when I sit there and I step in a room and I'm like, well, I'm half Samoan, it's like, oh, you're The Rock's cousin?
That is
bitch.
What?
That's crazy.
Because in people's minds, that's what they know. And that's where I'm like, we exist. We're here. And now it should make sense on, yes, I am a proud as fuck Black woman, and I will stand on the decks of the hills and scream about the struggles of Black women. But at the same time, my culture is dying. Mm-hmm. My people's island has been used for a vacation spot. Right. It has been burnt down by bullshit. Our people have been scattered about, and I can't talk about it because I'm Black? Baby, you ain't met Imphy. I'll talk about what I damn well feel like. Like, you know, and that's the thing. Like, when stuff goes down, we should be able to talk about it. And we should uplift.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I have friends that were in Louisiana when all that went down. You think I sat there and I said something ignorant to them? No. How can I help you? When the stuff went down in Puerto Rico, how can I help you?
Right.
Yeah.
But do you know how many people asked me how my aunt was doing? My aunt's not on the island. That's not where she is. But do you know how many people asked me that question?
Yeah. That's
if somebody is saying to you, this is their culture. If somebody is saying to you, we scream disrespect about this. I am Black. I am queer. I am plus size. Listen, I know a lot of struggles and a lot of side comments. So if somebody's telling you to stop that shit, you probably should stop that shit.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. I 100% understand. As a matter of fact, one of my first, because I have a lot of, I have a lot of respect for that culture, and so when I heard about the fires, it was important to me. I think I ran it maybe all month long. That was my first charity streams was to help Maui. That was important to me when the fires happened. But as far as like dying culture, I am happy that you are taking Pants back home. Because I feel like it's important for kids to know the side of them that they don't actually get to see very often. You know what I mean? It from one person to another. Thank you for that. Thank you for taking and for wanting to take Pants back. Thank you for wanting to take your nieces and nephews back, because it's important. It's important and it's important for you to keep learning, so that if she has questions, or if you one day sitting around Because one day you're going to be the patriarch of your family. I mean, excuse me, the matriarch.
I actually am
the matriarch of your family. Sorry,
I am the tribal chief of my family.
So
I am. I already am, and it sucks.
So what I say all that to say, in that, because you may not be, well versed. We'll put it that way. Because you may not be well versed, it's important that you learn. You know what I mean? So that you can impart that knowledge for that younger generation who may want to know but don't. You know what I mean? Like, tell them the good, tell them the bad, tell them the ugly, tell them how the U.S. was some bitches and forced that queen, went out and caught that queen while her husband wasn't around. Tell all of that shit. You know what I mean? Like, and the only reason I know that story is because I was there and I asked the question to the tour guide, why is Hawaii so angry at us? And when he told me that story,
Forced into buying.
when he told me that story, I was pissed because I was like, bro, you couldn't even be honorable in combat. Like, Hawaii would have, just what I know of the culture, if you would have been straight up and beat them, they would have respected you. How do I know that? Because because that's exactly what happened when King Kamehameha became who he ended up being. He beat the rest of the country the rest of the islands into submission and formed unity across all islands. That's what happened. Hawaiian people value honor in combat. That's not what you did. You waited till the monarch was gone and caught his wife slipping. Like, bro, that's sorry. You know what?
No,
back to rest.
No, but no. Before, so you won't go on that. I do appreciate you one knowing that and speaking on that, and then it's like you said, and it even goes to what we deal with now. Like, it's okay. Fight me, damn it.
Right.
Fight, and you know, and now it should make, if it didn't make sense to you before on the persona of Imphy. The persona of Imphy is, this is not a fraud. That is me in that body that I gave cold. That tail is in my room. That mask is over here on the floor. And that goddamn arrogance sits here. But it sits here very patiently. Very patiently. Because at the heart of heart, I'm a real humble person. I really am. I've had a lot of shit. But at the end of the day, I want my people. I want to see my people. And when I say my people, I don't mean people of my ethnicity. I don't mean people of my gender identity. I mean my motherfucking folks to win. And if you don't want me to win, then fight me. Just fight me. Don't blackball me. Don't blackmail me. Don't talk shit about me. Come fight me. Because I'll respect you more. It's in my blood. Whoop my ass. Shoot me. 1v1 me. I will bow down and be like, you all right? You got it. You whoop my ass.
Right.
I'm a big girl. I got big undergarments, okay? I have no problem saying, all right, I lost, but I also need you to know you're saying this to a person that's been powerbombed through a table. So, I mean, if you're going to beat me, you're going to have to beat me good. Just saying. Not Yates making the face. I told you, Yates, backyard wrestling. We not just watching it, we going through it. Dang it.
Tell you a story.
Big what?
Tell
I said no. I'm hiding.
I tell you a story, and people always laugh when I tell it. When I was younger and I used to get in fights, the Boston Crab was actually in my repertoire to use in fights. Do not get knocked down by me, because if you get knocked down by me, your ass is going in a Boston Crab. And I'm going to sit in the middle of your back and damn near try to make your legs touch the back of your head. That's how I ended all my fights.
I've never been in a fight.
I cannot respectfully say that is how I've ended all of my fights.
I've never been in a fight.
Listen, be blessed, Yates. You have never been in a fight. I at one point was people's paid bodyguards for the damage I caused on people. All of you that still think he's innocent, please listen. I'm sorry, that pen just came up out of nowhere. I'm glad the thing the heat got taken off of me and put on you, because then I ain't got to answer what Sim said. But yeah, like using wrestling moves in fights is a real thing. Like it's a reason they say do not try this at home. I literally have taken people by the entire neck and lifted them up and be like, "Are you still talking? We still doing this?" Like wrestling will take over.
Yeah.
Don't learn wrestling and martial arts and boxing. You will become a monster. That ain't me, but maybe my child.
Now I did the wrestling. I did the taekwondo, and then when I got older, in the military, they teach you what they used to teach you. I don't know if they do it anymore, but Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
My funny enough, my tattoo artist is a black belt in Brazilian jiu-jitsu. And let me tell you, getting kicked by those people hurts.
Now,
by accident, by purpose,
so coming from like a wrestling and taekwondo background, I had an affinity for Brazilian jiu-jitsu when I was being taught. And you know how, well, in the military, your drill sergeant will come down. Well, not drill sergeant, the CO would come down. And he would, be trying to mess with the privates to, like when we were doing the obstacle course, he wanted to show that he could do it the fastest. Well, in my squad, he wanted to find out who would be willing to go around with him. So I stepped out, and we were tussling reverse for reverse for an hour and 26 minutes. An hour and 26 minutes, no breaks, of just hold, reverse, hold, reverse, hold, reverse. As a private.
I'm going to stop you from what you're saying right now, because what you're describing, it sounds like my past sex life. Can you please? I'm over here like having a mild flashback. Like, wait a minute, I remember this one time. Damn. Hold on. And then you go into saying private at that. Doesn't help, because I'm like, I was trying to be good. I know chat see me. I'm sitting here like, I'm listening.
So this is the episode we get canceled on.
I told you, Yates. I told you. It's a reason I got a rated R superstar t-shirt. It had nothing to do with Edge. I got a problem. It's after 10 o'clock, so at least
Yeah.
Somebody kid in bed. You must not see chat, huh? Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
We're just not acknowledging.
Why are we supposed to be talking
chat.
about wrestling? I don't. We're
All right, on to night 2 of wrestling. We had Seth versus Drew.
So Drew
all he had
supposedly
to
lost
do,
his
all
gear?
he had to do, all he had to do was kiss his wife and take his ass home.
Wait. Before we go there, hold on. Before we go there, because we all know that part we know. But let's just acknowledge one. Seth came out in a whole nother coat. That was awesome.
Yes.
That intro.
Oh,
was
that
a
coat
lot
is
of
mine,
respect
by the
for
way.
those,
That coat is mine, by the way.
for those, for those
I don't
who did
care
not
who
know
else in
about
mouth.
the history.
I don't
Listen,
care
we gonna
who.
fight.
In the game,
We gonna
it is
fight.
Kenny's.
It is
Listen,
Kenny's coat. We will fight. Like IRL, fuck mouth. Come fight me. Fight me. No, but that coat and that
figure out a way to
intro
get
is actual
Kenny that coat
heritage
IRL.
to Philadelphia. That there's a whole museum and they do that every parade. So it was very nice to see Seth incorporating some of the city's culture in his intro. And Kenny gets that coat and I get Cody's helmet. Anywho, back to the Drew.
Just go ahead and slide that one in there.
Wait a minute. Can we acknowledge something? Because poor Tiff is in chat, right? I need to say this. Tiff seen Drew and was like, he is coming to us with this title. Tiff was ready for the celebration. The turn up was gonna happen at the cemetery on the casket, right?
all on top of the casket.
Tiff was happy. Tiff was ecstatic. And then Drew had to come sexy crawl, not sexy crawl for his wife, because he could have just did that in the bedroom. He could have did that in the green room. He could have did that in Gorilla.
To do it for Phil.
Listen, as the best in the world, I understand wanting to crawl by my lap. You know what I'm saying? But there's a time and a place, and that was not the time and the place for that. Drew,
for Phil,
you could have took your shit home. Fucked your wife in the belt. Like Cody.
Right. Because you know that when Cody got that belt to that room,
there's going to be a leak video, and I'm here for it.
So Liberty's having a sibling soon.
Probably twins.
Her name is gonna be Democracy. What you Democracy and freedom coming to a SummerSlam near you. What you mean?
That's probably what he said.
Back to the original.
That's probably what he said. That's probably what he said when he busted one too. For democracy.
Oh, listen. Sorry, Helldivers. We just took your entire gimmick and gave it to Cody. You're welcome. Pay that man. But you're absolutely right. We all know it. We all seen it, right? But we all knew the cash-in was going to happen. And as Twitter was calling him, please don't scream at the bisexual bitch that's about to say this. The bisexual Undertaker cashed the fuck in. How mad was a lot of people that happened? Not me.
I wasn't mad about it.
I wasn't mad about it.
I ain't gonna hold you.
Because he deserved it. Like, Drew deserved, like, not to be rude, but Drew deserved it for all the showboating that he was doing.
I ain't gonna hold you.
I kind of wish that he would have cashed in during the match to make it a triple threat, but like,
no, it happened exactly the way.
He sat there and did swamp kisses on the announce table. He just went.
Right.
He kissed his wife. Look, he was being so arrogant. The man took selfies during the match, right?
Tweeted during the match.
During the match.
He legitimately tweeted during the match. Because
Tiff,
he won Social Star of the Year for the Slammies, which Chelsea Green was robbed.
Tiff, we know you was hurt,
but I need you to understand, bisexual Undertaker deserved that opportunity. And he fine too. He gives a lot of Coven energy, and he representing the colors. I mean, maybe, possibly, I don't know. We'll talk about that later too. But seriously, we felt it. We knew he was going to cash in. I don't think it was any question of which belt. We knew he wasn't cashing in on Cody. Let's just keep it a band. After everything Cody had been through, I think Philly would have been on fire.
But
if he would have cashed in on Cody.
Here's the thing. It made no sense for him to cash in on Cody because Cody already beat his ass before.
Yeah.
So
okay, well that part. Listen, I was trying to keep that part out, Kenny, but I was trying to be nice about it. Like we're respecting that Cody is ending the story and he don't need to continue it by this cash in. But like what you said, he didn't already beat his ass. All right.
Fuck that story.
We can write another chapter of that story.
So, since we talking about the goddamn story, to you Cody crybabies, let me say one thing. Now that Cody has finished his story on last night, I hope that
everybody's got to turn on him.
Hold on, wait. I hope that you are happy. Revel in this moment because you guys made it happen. But the side effect to that and the cause and effect to Cody getting his story finished now means that you will forever allow Hulk fucking Hogan to keep a record that WWE will never take from him because the only shot that they had to do that, you motherfuckers started crying about wanting Cody to finish his fucking story. Cody could have finished his story at MSG, which would have made more sense because of what MSG means to his daddy. But no, you guys wanted WrestleMania. Now you got it. Now I don't want to hear any talk about Hulk Hogan and that goddamn record because that shit is y'all's fault because y'all started crying. Okay,
so
I'm done.
I looked up something last night. Supposedly, Bruno Sammartino actually is the one with the longest reign. Hogan is the second longest.
I think at this point nobody wants Hogan to have anything. I think that's what it. I did
that calculation, and supposedly Bruno Sammartino has a longer world title reign, according to WWE, than Hogan does.
Because when
according to the Wikipedia page,
unless they whitewashed it, because from what I understood, Bruno Sammartino was a close second to Hogan.
So
while they look that up, I do want to point out that Bianca Belair did sit there and hit Guinness world record by being one of the longest women. So while they look this argument, I just want to point that she was given that plaque at WrestleMania. So GG.
Outside of that, the hair whip heard around the world was painful as shit. I didn't even look at the screen, and I heard, and I was like, "What the fuck was that?"
I told you not to touch nothing. we had PTSD from getting whooped as a child.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but is Jade the first female in WWE to actually powerbomb somebody? I mean, not powerbomb, chokeslam somebody?
Female? No. I don't think so.
I don't remember it happening
Um
before.
So just looking it up, the top 10 longest reigns, Bruno Sammartino as the WWE champion held the title for 2,803 days.
Can I put this in chat? Will chat
And
will
then
the bot stop me?
Hogan was
There you
1,474
go, chat.
days.
Yeah. So Ronan is actually up there twice. But I see what they were trying to do. They were trying to get him to knock Hogan down and be higher than Hogan by what this is saying.
Mhm.
But and I
Yeah,
believe it was China.
We were 100 some days away from him knocking Hogan out of number 2.
Yeah, if honestly, I think SummerSlam. No, yes. When
Yeah.
is SummerSlam? July?
Yeah. August?
Yeah. Like I think it was just the point of they want him moved out of that listing
Yeah.
as best as they can. So I get it, but it's also a tweet that sat there and said something very valid, that they got what they wanted, and yes, the story was very wholesome and everything and all that other stuff. But what happens when they start to turn on Cody?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What
'Cause they're
happens?
going to
They've
turn
been
on him.
following this story for so long. What are you going to do now?
And that was my other issue, was like, and I think I said that to Ant, I think. Like, after Cody finishes the story, now what?
What's
Because
next?
because Cody beat everybody on the way up to like you have
Back to the statement I made about DIY making better challengers than champions. Cody makes a better challenger than, well, then again, we can't judge that yet because he's only had the title for 1 day. But I'm wondering if it's the same thing of he's a better challenger than champion. He's better at chasing the title than actually holding it.
Well, we will see. We will definitely see.
And to answer your question about the choke slam, there's been various women that did it.
Really?
Apparently they're saying that Lacey Evans did it to Becky. Alexa had a variation of it, of course. Awesome Kong. References
Tegan Knox
to
definitely
I
does
forgot about
choke
Awesome
slam
Kong.
because she calls
I
herself Lady
remember.
Kane, or at least she used to call herself Lady Kane.
There's a video of
Yeah.
Awesome Kong doing it. I forgot she had done it.
And I think part of the reason why they gave it to her to do is because, one, well, let's be honest, it's not really a move she can blotch very well. I said what I said. And two, she's tall.
Right.
She's tall. I mean, as a taller woman, like I said, I've put people up about that high, you know. So, I mean, is it impressive? I feel like they need to give Baby some more arsenal. Like I said,
It looks.
I stand on what I said. It was like Baby's first wrestling match.
It looks more impressive than it actually.
She should have potentially gone to NXT first.
The choke slam looks more impressive than it actually is. Once you kind of know how it's done, it's one of those moves that's like, yeah, well, you know,
Yeah.
you know, so I get it. The Philly street fight was fun. I enjoyed myself with the Philly street fight. Bubba Ray on commentary. I mean, Bubba Ray as a ref and Snoop on commentary just made for a really dope package.
Has anybody checked on Scarlett? Is Scarlett still dead at ringside?
Listen, all I hear is Snoop Dogg talking about, baby, watch out. Watch the show. There's metal there. That's all that plays in my head. And like it was good. And once again, giving back that respect to ECW, having Bubba be there, having him put on the glasses. Like it was like I'm sitting here like, oh, you done fucked up. You don't know who you talking to. Apparently, you not a millennial. Okay, all right. This man's about to put you through a table.
Right. He like when he pushed him, I was like, ooh, that might
My
not
man's
be.
hit him with he was like, nah, hold on, excuse me. Do you know who the fuck I am? He
Right.
hit him with the glasses out. Like,
Bro,
excuse me, let me remind you
I was
who the
sitting
fuck
there,
I am real quick.
I was sitting there like, is he orchestrating the Street Profits into doing into wrapping this match up? Like, god damn. It was nice. It was
very nice.
Then they were following
like overall with the gin and juice thing. I'm still trying to let that go. I'm trying. I know Snoop was there, but it's just like, really?
And Po Baby, B-Fab still can't throw a big boot to save her life. She's getting better, but like Jesus Christ.
With her outfits. Maybe her mic skills.
They trusted her. They
my
trust
cat can throw a better big boot.
She needs Natty and TJ to train her a little bit more.
She whiz.
She needs to keep going to the Heart Dungeon in Florida and, learning.
She fucked up her shoulder.
Yep.
She's at least learning.
She definitely did. How you hurt your back trying to throw a big boot? I have no.
My neck and my back. I mean, I'm old, so that'll happen to me. I don't.
That was followed up with LA Knight and AJ Styles. And I gotta say, as brutal as this match was, that avalanche German suplex was nasty. Mm-hmm. That was a piece of nasty work.
I'll be honest, I don't think I was paying attention to this match.
I honestly thought that AJ was hurt for real. Like, that's how nasty. Imagine being put in a German suplex, but you end up on the other side of the ring.
Like, usually when it comes to AJ Styles match, I don't pay attention.
Okay, so for me to fully pay attention to the match, I have to stop paying attention to AJ's hair.
The soccer mom.
I'm just trying to get every time I get my hair a certain length, AJ's gets longer, and I feel some type of way about it because I'm trying to catch up, and he keep passing me. So once I get past the hair, hold on. Can we rewind this real quick?
Yes.
Can we talk about something? Can we talk about the fact that we all wanted to hear this intro music and this man said, fuck that, I'm running to the ring and fighting? We was all like, we want to see the whole thing. And he's like, nah, I don't want to hear. And I'm like, dang, it was sounding nice. It started. Okay, never mind.
It's like, nope, you only get 5 seconds.
No. But it
I think it was a callback to one of his older entrance musics. If I'm not mistaken.
Which is why I wanted to hear it. I mean,
it'll probably be his new entrance music for.
I hope so, because they've done that before. They'll take
we got hit with a hydrate,
and only use it
for.
Want to hydrate? Hate it.
I don't have a stretch button.
And stretch. If I stretch, I have to turn the camera off. I'm not getting up. I know this ain't my stream, but I'm not getting up. What? What? No, you want me to stretch? Hold on, y'all keep talking. I'ma just
Wait. Hold on. Wait. I tell you what I'll do. I'll go to BRB. You can get up. You can stretch because it has been 3 hours. You can get up. You can stretch, and we'll come back and finish.
All right, y'all heard that. Yeah, that means y'all don't leave the channel. Y'all get up from your seat, your desk, your laptop, your phone, and you walk around in a circle. Throw that ass in a circle 3 times and get you some water. You can go and leave. You right, Cole. I can. I but not with this camera on. Then we just say we try not to get them canceled. Listen, I'm trying to be good. I don't know why y'all keep letting me not be good. I'm trying to be good and wholesome. I do not have the proper pants to be just getting up and walking off of camera. What do you mean? Where am I gonna go? Well, no. Kenny can go. Oh, Kenny, you can go. I gotta stay. Cole
Well,
said
damn.
I gotta entertain chat. That's crazy. All right, I mean, yeah. Fuck yeah, it's my show now. It's my show. Yeah.
All right, I see. We'll see you back in a couple of minutes.
So this is not new. Don't you start.
Yeah.
You get on my nerves. Oh my everlasting nerve. Okay. Everlasting nerve. What you always say?
Forge. Layered armor.
Halo, huh?
I'll say he's Halo.
Mm-hmm. Couldn't even say it.
That blank he said layer armor. My brain said layer armor too. So you know.
My bad.
Cha.
So we're skipping over the
how red
the
he
tag
was
match.
when how red he had gotten during his birthday stream when the nips came
Lord,
out.
yes. Woo! The hues of red that I saw that day.
Beat it for some
Let's not
titties.
talk about
Beat it for
that.
some titties. Beat it for some titties.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Tobias comes to
Right.
the circle looking for Yana, who again, I didn't take Yana. I didn't take Yana. I found Yana. She showed up, and I was being very accommodating. I'm from the Midwest. I'm a gentleman, you know, feeding the popcorn and Scooby snacks and shit. But he tried to take it by force, and I'm like, yo, we can fight. We fought.
Mm-mm. Hey! Hey, y'all missed it. I ain't gonna tell you what happened, but just know y'all missed it. Effect of it. Don't give us a crumb here and say, oh, they good because we did this. No. Because if it wasn't for eFeds, your game would be dead in like 2 months.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
If it wasn't for Mouth, I would not be playing 2K.
Right. You got people that bought the game and have never played the game. The only that the moves look awkward.
Correct.
Like
the fact that she's standing there waiting, like, hurry up, come on, I can't stand here all day.
Right. Like,
come on, we're supposed to flip and do this. Yeah, and they're like, oh wait, you're right, my bad. Here I come. Like
that match was horrible, and I was pointing it out every time. I hit the wrong button. Definitely hit the wrong
I
button.
mean, I'm glad because I was trying to suck Cheez-Its out my teeth. That didn't look good at all.
All right. KO, Logan Paul, Randy Orton.
Next.
Fuck Logan Paul. Next question.
I knew that Logan was going to win just simply because they are severely trying to tell the story of he's not just a celebrity, he is they're trying to make us care about him as a wrestler. And
I'm not going to
the
care
thing
about
is,
him
we
because they keep
don't
announcing him being from Cleveland,
care.
Ohio, and he's from Westlake. I'm not
What
going to
does-
give two shits
so
about where this man is from until they start. I'm not going to give any shits about this man. And then he brings speed on there. You know what the best part of that match was? Randy kicking the shit out of speed. That was the highlight of that match for me. That was it. That's all I wanted. I didn't care about nothing
I don't know
else.
who.
Absolutely.
I don't know who that is.
You don't want to know.
So
you
that-
don't, Yates. And keep yourself pure. Stay away from certain parts of content creation. That
Gotcha.
person needs to somebody needs to take away his internet.
Gotcha.
all of it. 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 He can't even have dial up. Like, I need all of it to be gone.
I want to give him an old AOL disc where he only got 90 minutes. Make it happen. That's all you get. No more, no less. Get the
Damn.
fuck. Oh, I will catch you up one day. One day we will have wine and wings, and we will catch up on the toxicity of content creation. But just know that
Because
kick
I stay
was
out
deserved.
of I stay out of the toxic content creation space.
Stay
Or at
pure.
least try.
Stay pure and great and wonderful. Don't.
I will
the
say
only person next on my list is somebody else, and I would love to see them kicked in SummerSlam.
I will say this match made me want a proper story between KO and Randy Orton.
Yeah.
Because the segments with them by themselves were dope. Like the whole Kevin driving Randy to the ring in the golf court.
That was
And then,
hilarious.
like them taking turns beating the shit out of Logan Paul. And there was this one part, right, where Kevin Owens is like asking Logan, "You having fun?" And and Logan's like, "Yeah." And so that part was awesome. And then all of a sudden it was like KO, not KO, Randy goes in and was like, "Hey, trying to, hit him with the RKO." And he's like, "Oh, so we're doing this now? You want to do this now?" Okay, we're doing this now. All of that was amazing. Like, it was dope. The match, in my opinion, the worst part about that match was that Logan Paul was in it.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong, he can wrestle. Like, he can go. It's just. Also, what does it mean? What does it mean to be from? Where are they billing him from?
They're saying that he is from.
Oh,
you talking about Logan Paul?
What does it mean to be from Ohio by way of Puerto Rico? I don't understand. No. From Ohio by way of Puerto Rico. What is that
He
mean?
got a house. Him and his brother bought a house in Puerto Rico. So they mama house is out in Westlake, and they bought a house in Puerto Rico. That's all that mean. That boy ain't nothing about that boy Puerto Rican. Ain't nothing about that boy Puerto Rican. Nothing about that boy Puerto Rican. The most that boy done experienced, and depending, because I have to sit there and check his age, because I can't even say that, because I think we stopped doing the Puerto Rican festival on the west side. So depending on how old he is, he ain't even experienced the Puerto Rican festival on the west side. So I don't know what. That's why I said they need to just sit there and say that bitch is from motherfucking Westlake and leave it alone. Like he doing Westlake people ass fucking shit. Who the fuck says? Listen, let me tell you something about my city. One thing for certain, two things for sure. We don't sit there and say we by way of anywhere. If you hear something from people from my city, we will tell you we are from the land. We don't never sit there and say we by way of nothing. What do you mean? It is 206 and it is Cleveland against the world. What are you talking about by way of Puerto Rico? I love my Puerto Rican family, but bruh, I need somebody to go over there and kick him out. Evict him. Shit on his grass. Something.
That shit on his grass. Shit on his grass.
Listen, I need him.
Okay, let's move
listen,
on.
I was
Let's
screaming
move
in
on
chat, and
to
Mel
the
was like, "How do you say
Bailey
that?" I was like, "He is from Westlake, which is a suburb of Cuyahoga County." And yes, Mel, it is said Cuyahoga. He is not from Puerto Rico. He ain't from Cleveland, and listen. That match. Can we just get Randy Orton KO? Just give me a cute moment. They were very playful. Put them in some more tag matches. I would love to see them against, like R-Truth and The Miz. That would be entertaining. That would be entertaining as hell. Give me that. Fuck.
That would be entertaining.
Nah, I really don't want to try that damn prime drink now. Nah.
So, where the fuck has this EO been? I have been waiting.
In the shadows of Bailey.
I have been waiting. Her entire title reign for this EO, the real Princess of the Sky. Do you understand? She sat around her entire title reign and looked frail until she fought.
The funny thing is,
until she fought
the
Bailey.
same could be said for Rhea's title reign.
And we give her shit too. And we give her the same amount of shit.
Yeah. Or at least we do.
But the difference between the two is that before Rhea got the title, Rhea was a menace before she got the title. EO I can only remember in her whole WWE main roster career, this fucking match.
Yeah.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Yes.
And you gonna hate me for what I'm about to say. You are going to hate me for what I'm about to say.
I could never.
I get what y'all are saying, but I'm about to tell you. That match we had already seen at Stand and Deliver.
That's true.
What she pulled out against Bailey was exactly what Roxanne pulled out.
That is true.
To the fucking T. From the attacking the leg to the crossface. She literally mimicked the entire match. So maybe that answers exactly why y'all ain't seen it. Because I was sitting there watching and I was like, wow, I'm having deja vu. I seen this. Because I sat and I watched. And I'm like, I've seen this. This was exactly what, but at least with, like you said, with Roxanne, We seen the matches. We seen the history. We seen all of that. We seen that.
We know
okay,
Roxanne
the
can go.
storyline built up. We know, right? But this, and then let's break that. Let's put on a point.
So that's making me think, did TJ produce both of those matches? Because supposedly TJ was the one who produced the Io Bailey match. Or did whoever produced the Io Bailey match work with TJ?
My only question is, why in the hell are we not getting the EO that we got from New Japan
last night?
Why are we not getting the EO that we knew prior to WWE? Because the EO,
who knows?
The EO that we knew prior to WWE,
we can't blame it on Vince.
The EO that we knew prior to WWE was great. She didn't need to change shit.
Yeah.
Then she went to changing shit and became shit.
I will say I was disappointed that she didn't have Poppy bring her down to the ring.
I
needed that. I needed that to be brought back. But
for me, I feel like she should have. I think damage control for EO is a hindrance. She needs to be forced to be put out there on her own. Because without that, and if you keep letting her hide in factions, you will never push her to be the EO again that we know her that she can be. Ever. The match was good.
Let's ask a question. Let's throw a question out, right? Because once again, you have to, like you said, it goes into the thing of she's been tucked into this light, tucked into that light, and hasn't been who she's been before she got here. Let's just play devil's advocate, right? And we've seen it. We've seen it. We've talked about it. What if she's just complacent? What if she doesn't want to? What if she does not want to be that person anymore? What if she knows because of her past history and because of who she associates with, I'm going to be relevant? And
possibly,
what if this, because especially like I said, whoever did this was I'm telling you, go back and watch the match. It was mirror matches. And if this is what you are showing your efforts on is literal copy and paste of a match, then you have shown that you're possibly complacent with who you are, with doing what you do. You don't want, remember what you said, that some people want to be mediocrity. You know what I'm saying? Some people I don't want to be this technical. And it could be the fact on, let's be honest, this particular storyline, it gave her more of a social aspect. This was not about her being a technical wrestler. This was not about her skill. This was about betrayal. So it gave her a chance to be into a role, into a character, and to adjust. So maybe this is the push that they're trying to do, which is giving her an identity and a personality. And we're looking for the persona and the skills that were there before. Maybe that's not what she's trying to work on right now. I mean, I'm just saying, because like I said, if you would have asked me, if you would have took away entrances, if you would have took away nameplates, I'm telling you, word for word, mat for mat, ability for ability, it was the same match. But I will tell you, the difference is there was no blotches. There was no blotches in that first set. That whole, I escaped thing with Bailey, that was a fucking blotch. That wasn't a counter. You fucked up. You fucked up. Because I said, I mean, come on now. We've seen Bailey.
Yeah.
We've seen Bailey. Bailey, you may not like Bailey, you may not love Bailey, you may not have liked how she came into the whole scene with the cutesy wooshy shit. But let's be honest, Bailey got a damn good track record.
I loved that.
Yeah,
I
Bailey
loved that version of Bailey.
can
Oh,
go.
I know some people that couldn't stand that version of Bailey.
I
They
have
couldn't wait
I
till she
have
went
a
heel.
I'm a hugger shirt in my closet.
Yeah.
But to answer the question of who produced that that particular match, it was TJ Wilson and Molly Holly. Tyson Kidd and Molly Holly were the two that produced the Bailey EO match. And apparently Johnny Moss is the person who produced the Lyra versus Roxanne match.
So then that's a problem because they didn't even have the same producers.
Somebody copied somebody.
That's interesting.
Somebody copying somebody, and considering the fact that Stand and Deliver was way before they match, like
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. That's something going on. Like I said, Bailey's leg was. We all know Bailey had her injury, but it didn't fit the same storyline for her to keep attacking Bailey's leg like that. Like
Right.
that's where I was looking at that match. Like, why do you keep going for this leg?
Yeah.
It made sense in the other storyline. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
It made sense. Just like we knew about Seth. We knew why, you know what I'm saying, with that match, why Seth's leg was going after, because he fucking blew the damn leg the night before. It made sense. But I'm sitting here like, for somebody, we'll just say shits and giggles, this is your, hey, come over and watch WrestleMania with me. Have some beers and some wings, right? And you don't know what the hell going on. You're going to be like, why is she attacking that girl leg like that? It didn't flow well. It
Right.
didn't.
Because like
go
it doesn't
well.
make sense for EO to constantly attack somebody's legs when she doesn't go for the legs for anything. Like her over the moonsault is onto the body,
Right.
not onto the legs.
Right.
Like she doesn't have any submissions on the leg that I can think of off the top of my head.
I don't think that she does either. I don't think that she does either.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not actually mad about that title change. Not saying once again.
I wasn't mad. I was surprised because I thought that the reason why we were getting this version of EO was them
She was
trying
finally gonna
to
turn
say,
up.
well, right, like this is. I thought that the story was about, okay, I don't need Bailey anymore. You know what I mean? Like I can do this on my own.
Nope, she needed Bailey.
But what it sounds like
Just like the rest of Damage Control needed Bailey.
What it sounds like is happening is it's too little too late. Like, yes, we know that you have this outstanding in-ring ability, but by the time you actually showed it to us, nobody gives a shit. And so now you back at square one.
Because like, where does Damage Control go from here in general? Because they all lost it, Mania.
I mean, they still got I believe they still have their tag belts.
They still have the women's tag titles because they weren't defended.
Right. But looking at how that storyline's going, and I mean,
they're about to lose them.
I mean,
they're either about to have Naomi and Jade or Naomi and Bianca. Because I have a feeling they're going to keep Naomi as a tag partner.
Yeah.
Then we had the main event. The culmination of the entire story, Cody versus Roman.
So, Cole, to answer your question from the night before, during the match, who produced it? Michael Hayes and Robert Roode. That is who overproduced that match.
I kind of figured Michael Hayes had something to do with this shit.
They went absolutely through
They threw
everything at the wall.
right. It was kind of like
Everything and more.
right.
I mean, okay.
It was a
so-
cool
so-
spectacle. Like
Yeah.
it was a cool spectacle. One of the best spots didn't come from either person. One of the best spots was, and this kind of made me forgive a little bit of the previous night.
No, there is
Jay-
no forgiving that.
Jay spearing Jimmy off the stage into a table, and I'm gonna be honest with you, it looked like Jay caught the brunt of that because it looked like he went head first through that table.
Again, it's Jay doing everything and Jimmy not doing anything.
Well, that's true, but we already know Jimmy's trash as a wrestler. Like, it just at this point we have to accept it. It is what it is.
I've been to which twin. No, I'm sorry. Never mind. I'm sorry. My bad.
The one thing that I was not expecting was Taker showing up. I kind of
That was a
felt
shock.
like Cena was gonna show up. Like I kind of felt like that was gonna happen. But
I didn't. He had damn for sure with why do I want to say Peacekeeper? Wow, old Apex stuff. Y'all know
Peacemaker.
what I'm talking. Peacemaker, thank you. I wear peace. I don't want to play Apex. Anywho, like he's been on his. What's crazy is he is now on the road that The Rock was already on several years ago.
the one that
Right.
he criticized The
Yeah.
Rock for being on, that one.
Yep.
Dead
Yep.
ass. That's why the fuck he balding for it. Anyways, but but that was who I would. If you would have asked me on my bingo card who was gonna appear, Taker, especially Taker has not really. He squashed the beef. There's no bad blood with him and Triple H. Triple H is now taking on the company. Taker appearing perfectly fucking great. I'm be honest. I don't know why the fuck Seth was in the Shield outfit. Anywho,
So let me explain.
Dean to come
Let
out,
me
like-
no. Let me explain why. So when Seth first turned on the Shield, he hit Roman with a chair while in that same outfit. This was just
So
a
Roman got
callback.
to finally get
remember.
his. Roman got to finally close that chapter
Right.
of that story.
Right.
But-
right.
I'm just saying. For me, when I heard it, I was screaming Dean.
Same.
That would have been
Dean.
That
would have been-
that was more in the sense of somebody who I know would. You see what I'm saying? Like,
that would have been
yeah.
that would have
But, like,
been
the
that would have
funny
been
thing is,
great. But
whose
the
side would he
problem
have been
the problem is Mox has already said that he will never step foot in the WWE ring again.
I mean, they've said a few of them have said that.
But he said
Like I
it.
said,
He
Cena-
said it recently. Like he's still
Mm.
hurt.
He's still
over-
bitter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Cena, I did not expect to see because, like I said, he's had a burr up his ass ever since. As we bring up how bad he got looked at on Total Divas, even though
He
it
did
was
that
his
to
own shit.
himself.
That's what I said. But he's had a burr up his ass. That's when if you notice, that's when he started pushing more into the "I'm trying to do movie" shit. Was right after that shit, and then we
He
barely
did
started seeing his
The
appearances.
Total Divas, Total Bella stuff he did to himself with those
Oh, I agree.
stupid
He's
house
a fucking
rules.
dickhead for that. But it was like, well, I'm gonna just get out of the limelight and go over here. Like that's when it was like right after that he did
Having
the
her
freaking,
sign a contract to live in that house.
That's why I told you. That's why he going bald.
But also, I kind of figured it because every time that The Rock was brought up, he was overly apologetic. He was overly like he was on Logan Paul's podcast and called Logan Paul a fucking amateur on his show because Logan Paul was saying that Cena was right for calling out The Rock for having the promo written on his arm. And so I kind of figured like, okay, they're out. He's obviously either trying to squash that beef or they already squashed it. And then also there's talks about Cena wanting to do one last run. And so and that I think is gonna start happening around December. And so with all of that, and then you have Cena's affinity for just showing up for random shit for WrestleMania. I kind of figured that he was gonna show up for WrestleMania.
Yeah, because he's never missed a Mania.
Well, that's not necessarily true. He has missed. he has missed.
Oh.
Yeah, but he tries not
At
to
least
miss
made an
any.
appearance.
Right, he tries not to miss any. What I
He
did
just could
think,
have commentated with Snoop.
what I did think, what I thought was because they had been trying to rope Stone Cold in for Mania.
I
So
definitely thought he was gonna appear.
I thought he was going to appear at some point. But I guess to be perfectly honest, it wouldn't have really made sense. I mean, not that any of this shit made sense either, but it really wouldn't have made sense for Stone Cold.
None of it made sense.
For Stone Cold to be to take on,
I mean, did it really? I mean, let's be fair. Did it really make sense for Taker, other than the WrestleMania appearances?
I think Taker did that shit because he just wanted them to leave him the hell alone. Like,
I mean, but I'm saying if we're going based off of the story, Cena and Rock makes sense. Fair enough. We'll take that. But and the whole thing,
Cena also
with
made sense because of
Seth's
Solo.
makes sense. Right.
I'm gonna tell you what
Cena made sense with Solo because
the
Solo was
Undertaker
the last
had nothing
person.
to really do with this. I mean, if anything, Stone Cold had more of a beef with The Rock than the Undertaker, so it would have made sense.
You know what really would have made sense? Like 100% made sense if they you had The Rock show up, you had Cena deal with The Rock, right? What really would have made sense? They just signed Jacob Fatu.
A lot of us was expecting him to come out.
The werewolf,
the werewolf
should have
showed.
Yeah. Even if it was just for that one spot, like that was
makes me wonder.
That was
if
the
those
perfect moment.
True.
That was the perfect moment. Well, no, because I was thinking the same thing, but the problem is, Sean Ross Sapp got into a Twitter beef over that story.
When does he not get in Twitter beefs?
So you wouldn't care.
Isn't he always in Twitter beefs?
Right, but it was over who broke the news first. And so you wouldn't care that much if you thought it was false.
It wasn't true.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And eventually
he did come out with his own tweet.
And call Sapp what you want, but you kind of can't call him a liar. Like, you know what I mean? Like he he pretty accurate. So I I um I don't know. They missed the mark. I feel like that should have been the perfect opportunity to at least have him come out, show his face, because the whole reason he wanted to be a part of WWE in the first place is to get involved. Rikishi wanted him involved with the whole bloodline thing. That would have been the perfect way to do that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I don't know what
Like that match was the
transpired where that
perfect
didn't come out.
that match was the perfect match to have literally everybody from his family show up.
Right. Right.
I would have expected to see, like you said, more of the family aspect before the, like I said, before the John Cena, before the, well, Seth came out for a whole nother reason, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't, the balance wasn't there, especially you could tell with the moment where it's like, oh, I'm about to give you this Samoan spike. Oh, you didn't go down. Let's sit there and do the Samoan spike and sit there and spear you at the same time. Like, I feel
And the
like
crazy
that would
thing
have been the
is,
time to call him in. Like, okay,
right.
I didn't
Yeah.
sit your ass down. Let me bring somebody else you ain't dealt with. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? That would have been a perfect key moment and for them to do something. But then I also feel like if they would have done that, right, because of them two, I don't think Cody would have won. They would have. I think it would have been a little. It would have been selling a little too much
Yeah.
for Roman to win. Like, I don't see him having them two, and then it would have been no reason for The Rock to come out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
it wasn't.
Yeah.
It would have been off balance. Like, they would have needed
Yeah.
another person to come out again.
Right. Crazy thing is, while we're talking about it, Kishi was fucking there. Like, he
Yes,
was
he
in the
was.
building. Like, he was there. And like,
I would have rather him came out than the twins came back out again, to be honest with you.
yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
It was a whole lot of bullshit. Like it like they dropped the ball so hard. There are a million ways they could have went with that. I get it though. They wanted the spectacle. They wanted the spectacle.
It was the big FU to Vince of it's now Triple H's
Hugely.
era.
hugely. Like, I think that was the biggest message of it all. It was like,
You ain't
here's
want this to
everybody coming to
happen,
work
but
for Triple H.
yeah.
All right. Before we get fussed at any further, you can't see us getting fussed at, Infy, but we are getting fussed at.
How do you know I'm not getting fussed at?
Oh, well, maybe. Maybe.
I'm not. Let me stop before I get fussed at. I'm talking shit. I promise. I just want to say I want Cody's mask. That's all I want to say. Okay, now we get to the next topic.
Twitch Mania 4. I know it's been a while. We've had a time. We've had a little time to cool off and really take it in. So I needed Lewis to win this match.
I did too.
You really thought that Lewis was gonna win a match?
I needed Lewis. I needed Lewis to win.
Lewis hasn't won a match since 1985.
As his last match with the company, going against bum ass Breon, I needed him.
Lewis
I needed
has
a
not
final. I
won
needed
a
a
match
I
since
needed a farewell
1985.
fuck you.
Right.
I needed a farewell
Right.
fuck you.
Absolutely.
And he was born in 91. He was born in 91 and he hasn't won a match since 85.
I just almost
That's
spit
how
out
I
my
feel
Sprite
about
on my
Lewis.
mic.
That's all we have to say about that.
Puzzles.
He deserves to be GM instead of a wrestler.
G-Ma came in and proceeded to give her daughter a good old spanking.
That was a great one. When the card came up, I didn't know what was about to happen with that. I did not know. When that intro came on, I'm like, man, who is this? Like, who intro is this? I was bopping. I ain't gonna hold you. I was bopping. But then when I seen, I was like, oh shit.
I did.
Oh.
So
My question is
gonna tell you. I'm
Puzzles
gonna tell
coming
you.
back for season 3?
I'm gonna tell you when I realized it. Because even with the first beginning of the intro, I didn't get it. But during the first beginning of the intro, and when they was talking about that part, when Blue said this intro though, I was like, oh, that's Jima. But yeah, that was dope. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Whew. So there is a demon in Vash now.
That's hot. I just
It's interesting.
I just need you to know that's hot.
Now
I
just
don't know
going by
why it's
V.
hot, but it's hot. But we're here for it. Everything keeps coming out of the multiverse, but yet nobody wants to let me come into the multiverse. But everything keeps coming out of it, so that's fine.
V the demon. And the demon delivered on his promise. He said, "Let me." He said, "Let me take the wheel." Vash gave in and not only got the victory, but pinned the man himself. So, like, it is. I can't wait to see where it goes. To be perfectly honest, I'm invested. I'm definitely invested. Queen Cold and Carnage.
Interesting.
Them thighs though. them thighs though. I think with us trying to figure out for quite a little while, like what is going on, the disappearance of Queen Cold is like, what is this? Who is this? So to have the entity appear that night alone was very poetic justice.
Right.
But it seemed like Queen didn't, after all of that going on, it didn't seem like she lost any shake. She wasn't bothered by it, apparently.
I was gonna say nothing phased her.
No, it did not phase her. But I'm also curious as to where this part goes, because I like this new attitude. I like this new Carnage, and I want to see Carnage burn it down just for the sake of burning it down. Like, all of it. I'm here for all
I'm afraid. I'm a little bit afraid.
I'm not. I had already sat there and said, if Mel leaves Imphy is going to go work for Madam K because I can't spell Carnage. So I'm going into the portal. But the serious question is, they went through the transformation to get into this Dragon Ball final form and still did not succeed. So what is going to push them to get
That's
this
why I'm
what they're
afraid.
succeeding? Like, that's how far does the limits go? That's where I'm intrigued. Like, do you just manifest some more? Do you
I
find
like,
Venom and
I
y'all
need to
become
quote
one
Mean
Carnage?
Girls
Like, I just
real
want to
quick.
know.
I need to quote Mean Girls real quick. The limit does not exist.
But that's why I'm intrigued. Like, I I feel like we're just beginning. I feel like we are just now starting to see everything. I don't think that I think what we saw with her against Queen Cole, I think it's just the tip of I think she was just testing the waters, to be perfectly honest.
Also, to be fair, it was against Queen Cold.
There is that. There is that.
I mean,
That's a
let's
tough
be honest.
opponent.
Quite a few of us have seen Queen Cole take a few people down. So I mean, I guess if you're
Like,
gonna have a
that-
vendetta against somebody,
Yeah.
That's a tough opponent.
yeah.
We talking about the person that not only was a champion in mouth, but at the very same time was a champion in EOV. So, you know, if you're gonna have a beef with somebody, you know. But this next match, I was beyond the moon. Let me tell you, because I've been waiting for the Bully brand to come off them titles for a long time. I've been waiting for somebody to take down the Bully brand and to strip all these motherfuckers from having gold around their waist for a long time. And
Sorry.
DOA did that for me. And I appreciate them so much for doing it. And who knows what happens next? Who knows?
I mean, let's talk about the fact that
Bully
originally,
Brand does have their rematch clause.
yeah.
Unfortunately.
Wish we were like the WWE and there was no rematch clauses, but you know, it is what it is. But I mean, respectfully, TG was a good anchor for that match. They were originally not even sure if they were going to be in that match. So, I mean, hopefully they have the opportunity to continue to keep the titles and defend them. I mean, you know, like I said, respectfully, the Bully brand had their fair run with it. I think at least up until I mean, you know, don't quote me on that, but I believe they're at least one of the longest running. You know, that's in the books. You know what I'm saying? Maybe sometimes I'm just that person of, you know, you had to go. Let's go find a new venture. Or also, let's not forget, draft season is coming up. We don't know what's going to happen. So we'll
they
see.
are a tag team, so you know they aren't draftable.
Oh, I thought that was only when you had the titles. Okay, well, never mind.
Tag teams in general can be on either show.
Oh, well, let's just see what they run
will
rampant
potentially be featured more on one show than the other, but they aren't technically assigned to a specific show.
Well, I wonder. Which, I mean, what if we just happen to get a twins moment? One blames the other and wants to prove who's better.
Hey,
just saying.
Could happen.
I mean, let's be honest. We can say one of them was the anchor a little bit more than the other. I mean, not saying I'm giving a storyline, but
and he had to work in the morning.
You know, but like I said, overall, good match. Razor made his second appearance that night.
Yeah.
Razor beat Chelsea.
Razor is now a Grand Slam champion, and quiet as it's kept, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, is still champion is still a champion over there at EOV too. So
okay, double duty.
I would like to have an interview and ask, how does that feel? There's the confirmation.
Razor swamp kissed.
Razor swamp
that needs to be a real thing. We need that.
That definitely needs to be a thing.
We need that, Sims. Write it down.
So I really enjoyed this match. It had me on the edge of my seat.
I
Right.
am mad at Michelle, Melissa, Chelsea using all of her names right now.
It had me on the edge of my seat because historically, Razor don't do well in ladder matches. Right? Historically, Razor don't do well in ladder matches. Now you catch her on one running the ones. She, you have a hell of a time trying to catch her. But
Chelsea had all of the buttons clicked except for one. Because we actually went and rewatched the like we were rewatching Twitch Mania between Stand and Deliver and WrestleMania, and that was one of the matches. And I'm like, I was watching it, and I'm like, Chelsea really did all of them
yeah, that was
just for
funny.
Razor to get that last one.
That was funny. Chelsea had to
And I was like,
jump.
you know what, Razor earned that title.
Chelsea had to jump to punch Razor. That that shit was hilarious. Now, for everybody that was trying to figure out what's going on with King and where he was, we got a match between him and what's seeming to be his captor in Big Chief Creole. And he actually won. It
So are we finally getting Creole King Kenny back? Like,
well,
I don't know. Bossu was trying to get Big Chief out of wherever, so I don't know what the heck about to go on. I seen that. Bossu like, can I holler at him? Can I talk to him? Can I listen? At this point, of all we know, both of them may come home, and then we got to deal with both of them, and who knows what else? Listen, I don't know. Listen, I know HR is in chat. HR, we need to find somebody to hire to watch the multiverse door.
yeah.
Because it is a lot of shit going on in and out of that door. And if Infy can't get in it, then can't nobody else keep coming out of it. I'm just saying. Like
HR Lewis and the new GM need to have a conversation.
like there's something going on with that door. And it was crazy. We just got done with an eclipse. What is about to come out of this door now? Hold on, wait a minute.
Oh,
you know what?
boy.
We just gonna find out on the next episode. But it was good to see. It's always good when we get the moments of seeing Kenny battle his way out. So it's good to see that he has beat the chief, but now does he get to come be with his crew? You like how I threw that in there, right? Yeah.
I honestly don't know. I haven't heard from him. What I can tell you is that from everything that I gather, although he may have beat the chief, he must be still stuck wherever he is.
That's gonna be screaming hashtag free Kenny. You sure we can't send like a search group in there into this multiverse? Who
do we want to send a search group though? Because like, what if they don't come back?
Then
Who
close
we
the door.
sending?
Then close the
Who
door.
we sending?
Lock the door. We already seen what comes out of it.
Who we sending?
Who we sending?
Who
I got
who
a
you think
couple
we sending?
names. I got a couple names. I'm not allowed
Go
to
ahead,
say right now.
Send those names to Lewis.
I will definitely send those names to Lewis. Expeditiously send those. I got 2 people in mind. Send their ass and lock the damn door. We'll start a whole nother multiverse over there.
Well, Code was supposed to fight PM. turns out he ends up fighting EOV's King Supreme. And Supreme ends up being able to steal another one from Cole. The fact that this has happened to Cole twice is hilarious.
Maybe we should. You know what? You're right. Let's not close the door yet. Maybe we should throw Code in there so that Code can come back as Venom. Because the way, let's talk about it. PM sat there and said, basically, screw you, Dad. I don't need you.
Yeah.
Wheel flipped him and then spent him on the match. He was like, you know what? You right. I don't even want to fight him. You got it here. Take it. I'm gone. Like listen, if Cole not gonna come to the light, then maybe the dark side. I'm just saying, like, maybe you gotta go darker. I mean, look at what happened. I mean, Vash done went darker. He got a whole new pretty mask. We have Carnage now. I mean, maybe this is what the new season needs to be. Darker. Like, maybe, I'm just saying, like, but
So we're going to Gotham?
I mean,
Arkham City.
I was molded by it, created from it. I didn't know light till I was a bad bitch. What do you? Oh, but I as watching, I really thought. I thought, just like we were watching with the Cody thing, I thought this was it. We about to have the dinner. We about to eat the meat and potatoes. I was ready. Father versus son. Goku versus Gohan. I was ready.
I was ready too.
And it got ripped away. It was like I thought dinner was ready and I was told, nah, eat this salad.
Maybe
as you see, I'm a plus size chick. I need a little bit more than a salad.
maybe we need to be cold crybabies, and then we need PM to finish the story.
I am a cold thigh baby. Yes, I am. I am going to cry for Cole's thighs to fight this.
You are one of the few reasons that Cold's gear designer. Yes, I am Cold's gear designer. That gear will never go away.
Listen, I am appreciative as a representative of thick thighs saves lives. Like, listen, please keep the thigh out and the belly showing. I'm happy. Listen, that music hit, I turned into a whole stripper. I don't care if he winning or losing. I'm a whole stripper in my seat. Like, yes, I am. I'm glad, that nobody can see that. I have that shirt. Listen. I can't go get the shirt right now, but no, that there's a shirt that says "Thick Thighs Save Lives." But I look forward to seeing how that story continues because I know it's been a ongoing struggle.
Right.
The battle between PM, Blue, and Cold, and now having people from EOV come in and even have conversation and in play and intake on it. I'm very interested to see who else may step up and be like, in this place and in this phase. So I think the story unfolding is interesting, but I'm not gonna hold you. I was sad that I didn't get to see adorable PM in Twitch Mania wear, but overall it was a good match.
Definitely.
It was a surprise.
Imani Cartier gets 4 wins in a row to become the Empowerment Champion over Queen Maud.
4 wins in a row? She deserved it. Even if she is with the bully brand, she deserved it.
Somebody had to walk away with a belt, apparently. Somebody.
Yeah.
That is true. That is true.
I think it was already impressive that Queen Maud came in because let's not forget she was Huntress. We didn't know who she was.
Right.
Yeah.
Walked in, grabbed that. This is my title now, and had a successful defending on. Once again, let's talk about it. Being a rookie,
Yeah.
this is rookie season. So I mean, and now she has her husband on her arm. Like that's a whole different empowerment. So I mean, we'll see. And once again, like you said, rematch clauses is a bitch. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It may have taken you 4 wins to get that championship. May only take you 1 to lose that bit. So
Yeah.
DJ beating PJ was not on my bingo card.
The veteran killer not winning against a veteran.
But PJ
That wasn't
has been
like
PJ has been on a tear.
yeah.
And so I thought
But
that
DJ didn't get that name of the veteran killer for nothing.
well, you're right, but Jesus. Jesus.
I mean, PJ was doing some monstrous things, but like, we definitely see one thing for certain, two things for sure. If it was a multi-man match, PJ was winning. There was no question
Right.
about it.
Yeah.
Right.
But
Oh yeah, if it would have been a
overall,
multi-person match, like
oh yeah, you couldn't pay me not to put my money on PJ if that was a multi-person match. But some people, some moments do better with multiples, and some people do better with one-on-ones. I feel like that just came off real bad, and I'm gonna shut up about that.
Speaking of, against all odds, the Rebellion defeats LWO to become the new tag team champions.
Oh, hold on, I got you. Wait, hold on. Give me like 2 seconds. Hold on. That better? Does that fit a little bit more?
That does. we
I just was listen. What's funny is Bossu was like, Infi didn't even think she was going to be in the match. Which is true. Infi had it was a very impressive PLE. With Mel coming out of the gate, then basically having to deal with Rose, that whole bullshit, then having to deal with them goddamn phantoms, then Rose again. Like Infi had.
So we could
Infi
say
had like a
Rose
lot of.
was a thorn in your side.
That's why Infi like hibiscus now.
I gotta walk away.
Listen, it was thorns. It was thorns in her sides and wood in her ass, and not the wood that she wanted. Anywho, but it was once again like the LWO held those titles. They defended those titles. Defended the hell out of those titles against quite a few people. So when the big boss man was like, look, we about to do this event, we about to do this tournament, and teamed up, you know what I'm saying, Villain Inc. and Rebellion, there was no way of knowing how that was gonna go. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And honestly, when it came out and it was like, okay, well, now it's Villain Inc. versus Rebellion. Who's gonna go? And I'm not gonna hold you, like, Villain Inc. is intimidating. They're an
intimidating force.
Yeah. The Hadoken from Fatty is intimidating. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck Ryu, meet Fatty, okay? Like, no. And then, having to battle with Mel. Mel, love Sugar, and it's like, Mel, we got to fight them, and I had to get Mel in that psyche. Sugar got to go. We got to, so um it was not someplace we thought we was going to be at, like, at all. And to have that match, which was a really good match, and I'm not going to hold you, that was Mel. It was not Imphy. And like I said, Imphy has been struggling as a rookie, trying to keep up. Mel was being thrown in tag matches. Mel was being thrown in single matches. Mel thought she was losing her job. So Mel was like, I'm about to put on. And she put that ass on the LWO. So I mean, now you keep seeing why Imphy, like, if Mel leaves, because if Mel leaves, Imphy is going to the dark side. Y'all are not gonna have baby, happy-go-lucky Imphy, because in reality, it's Mel. You see it when they come out. Mel is the very positive energy for Imphy to even do half of this. If Mel leaves, you're going to get a really dark and fuck Carnage. You gonna deal with something else. Imphy gonna go into that multiverse. What I will sit there and say is, like I said, respectfully, LWO did the damn thing. I know they have a rematch clause. And I say, to the best faction win. Like, that's that. Like, at this point, I'm happy that Imphy and Mel has an option to have the belts, but Imphy and Mel have also been in the hyperbolic chamber, so it'll be very interesting. They've secretly been training with their cousins, so it'll be very secret to see how season 3 is gonna come about with that title defense. I just want to see it, but either way, I'm happy that we went against LWO. Either way, I wouldn't have had it any other way. Y'all, now I want some Zinda juice. I got Sprite, but I got some Zinda juice.
Blue actually ends up retaining over Darrow, but it wasn't easy. Darrow definitely made him work. Darrow definitely made him work for it. There were a few times where I was like, oh no. I think
Darrow will have you worried in a match.
It was a match.
Yeah, man. It was a good match though. It definitely was a good match. It was a fight.
As a fan of both, that's one of those matches you cheer.
No
You know
matter
what I'm
what.
saying? Like seriously, there are some matches that I cannot take aside. You know what I'm saying? As watching from the outside, it has nothing to do with, like, who's better or who's bigger. It's just like, sometimes those are two of your favorite people to watch. Darrow is entertaining when he does what he does, and when Blue is on, like, and you have no choice but to pay attention to him. So, like, to have them entertain in the ring and go back and forth, I wasn't choosing a side. I just wanted to watch. It was pure entertainment. So some matches is just that. You just have to accept it.
Absolutely. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matches left. I'm gonna speed through them just because of time. If you have anything to say, you are more than welcome. But if you don't, it's fine. So we had Sage defeat Rose.
So proud of Rose for her 0-2 Twitch Mania.
I'm proud of my masters for taking the belt off.
So proud of Rose for her 0-2. Sorry, that was Lewis. That just
W. Lewis.
W. Lewis.
Just a little petty.
The Bane Show defeats BU in a Hell in a Cell match. Bane Show really showed up and showed out. Danny Phantom takes a shortcut to retain her championship in a draw against Zenda.
That's a way to retain.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't wait to see the rematch with no DQ. That's all. That's just that. Like I just can't. Like the match was good. Like that's the crazy part about it. They was, in the words of Cole, them women was wrestling. And then the next thing I know,
Well,
Danny said,
there's a
Danny said,
possibility
"Fuck
that
this."
we might not get that rematch because of the draft.
Damn.
Because Zenda's not, she doesn't get a rematch.
Mm-hmm.
And the
So
quiet
that
has
run back,
the quiet
right?
has
That
failed.
run back,
Right.
right? It's like, damn.
Like
Well,
that just like sucked the
That's
air
dependent
out of the
on
that's
what
whole
so
the
room.
sucks.
GMs. That's dependent on the GMs. If
Dear
Zenda
GMs,
gets
run
drafted
that shit
to
back. No
Macho
DQ.
Macho Glint gets a huge win over Smooth for his first mouth championship.
good for him for his first title.
My gang, Hat Gang. I'm here for Die Gang, Hat Gang. I mean, let's let's be honest. They had a lot of respect for each other. I don't think Smooth should be mad about it. He knew who he was fighting, and Glint knew who he was fighting, and they had dealt with each other. And Glint now can wear a belt
I
with
mean,
his thighs
King
and his hat.
King of the elbows for real.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was just, yeah, I think it came down to Glint is a fighter. Like
Yeah.
Glint is a brawler. He lives for the fight of it all. Smooth does too, but whereas Smooth might fight for like Smooth usually has a reason why he's fighting. Smooth usually has a purpose. Glint just like to fight.
No, is
I
that
mean,
Kenny talking, or is that Creole King Kenny talking?
well, we don't know what Creole King is. But I'm
I
pretty
mean, I
sure
think
I'm pretty sure if it was him, he'd say something along the lines of, "Yeah, fuck that dude." But I didn't say that. Cam and Josh had a hell of a match.
An amazing match
once
that
again,
absolutely deserved
Like
to be the main event.
I put my money on Cam, but there were times I put my money on Cam solely because when it comes to that damn uh, uh cool for the summer, it'll happen literally when you least
Out of
expect it.
nowhere.
And now
it's
that he's
about as
Lazy
unexpected as an
RKO.
RKO.
and now that you're starting to get that super cool for the summer, it takes it to another level. But really, I mean, that sit that ass on you is horrible. Like it ends match. Like that's a move that you wouldn't think ends matches, but definitely ends matches. Like it could have definitely went either way. Uh oh. Uh-oh, what's going on? I think it might be. Yeah, it's both of y'all, so it's got to be me. Yeah, I think it might be me because both of y'all are having the same issue. Am I dropping frames? I don't know because I can't see if I am or not. We made it through the majority of the show without incident. We were about to wrap up anyway. Uh, let's see. Oh, geez. Yeah, whatever it is, it's bad. I don't know if I can do that while they're on. Crazy thing is, I can see y'all just fine. Just like when y'all start talking, y'all sound like robots.
Oh.
Let's see. I'm gonna try something. Yeah, but when she talks to me, it it's acting crazy. Um, oh, you know what? Hold on. Let's see. Maybe. Well, that completely made things worse. Now I lost everybody. I can't see anybody anywhere. All righty. Hold on. Let's try this. Yeah, stream together. It's broken. I'm not dropping frames. Well, it is storming here. Yep, everybody's gone. All right. No. Oh, hold on. So Infy is now showing back up over here, but not over here. So what happens if I refresh this? Or what happens if I do this and then do that? Say something, Inf. I can't hear you at all. OBS just dumped my stream together. That's crazy. Well, y'all, I tell you what we're gonna do. This was too much fun, I guess, for OBS to handle. Infy, do you know who you want to raid? I can't hear you, darling. You're gonna have to type it to me. Yates, I can see that you're trying to talk, but I can't see you at all. Yeah, I owe it to you now. I like it has to happen now, cause like like this was unfair. This is unfinished. There's no climax. We gotta have like it's gotta be finished. It's gotta be wrapped in tied with a. Well, there's Yates, but I can't hear Yates. Yates still sounds. Well, let me try something. Hold on.
And look person again.
Hold on. Let me try something.
Creole King Kenny proudly presents Conversation featuring.
You have absolutely no idea of who or what I am. I am known as the infamous test subject. Most people know me by the name of Infamous X1X, and that was supposed to be called.
Did that help? Don't look like it. Looks like it's trying. All right. So we're going to have to schedule Infy again because this was a lot of fun. And OBS is being OBS. I'm sorry that one of our biggest shows, uh, OBS decided to not let us be great. But let me see. I don't see the list. Okay, never mind. The mod has it. All right. So this is going to be a surprise to me because I don't know who we're rating. All I need you guys to do is grab the raid command that applies to you, whether it is the one with the crowns for followers or the ones with the ones with the gators uh for subs. Huh? The bot is up. It's up. Oh, Jesus. All right, I'm restarting it. Hold on. Oh my God. Um, Firebot is refusing to reconnect. What in the hell? Yep, Firebot is refusing to reconnect. So I'm gonna do this. Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. Now Firebot won't open. That's nuts. Okay. I appreciate you, Mel. Wait. Hold on. What is going on? Now my Discord is broken. Oh, the whole is my stream down? Okay. Thank y'all again for coming through. I appreciate you. I guess we won't have any raid commands tonight. Um, Everything is crapping out on me. Um, I hope you guys had a great time. I know I did. Um, I will get with Infi to see uh how we can make this right. Um, I even um my Discord is down, so I have nothing right now. But um, want to definitely say thank you guys. You guys are the reason why we do this. I appreciate and love you guys so much. Uh, have a good one. Y'all be easy, and I'll take y'all out to the end this scene.